And hello, welcome to session number 61. Yeah, 61 of the Explorers of Efera. Welcome to Roll with Advantage. My name is Joe, and I will be your dungeon master this evening. Boy, am I excited to be here. If you'll notice, the party composition looks a little different on the screen next to me. Instead of just having the lonely faces of Varnast, Alec, and Morganix, we got some spice here. We got some couple of new guys down there, as this is our first session with Torin and Ovind, or as he is known as Vlad. Yes, Vladimir, of course. Can't forget that. So we've got quite the session in store today. The introduction of these two new PCs, and I'm super excited. So no reason to dally or delay. Let's roll the intro and then get into it.
Okay.
Oh, I am a sad man. Hi, everybody. We're back. What a what a way to kick it off. Okay. So, as is tradition here on Roll with Advantage, I don't do the summaries. No, why would I do that? That's stupid. Why do the work yourself when you can delegate? Delegating is the most useful skill I've learned as a teacher. So, with that, whose turn is it? I believe it's Ryan, right?
It's me.
It's me.
Yeah.
Wow, are you in the new Mario movie?
Yeah, man.
Your Italian dialect is probably as good as Chris Pratt's is going to be.
I'm Waluigi.
Oh, nice. Ryan, you've always been Waluigi to me. I don't know why, but...
To everyone, my dude.
Okay, anyway.
Everyone wants me in Smash Brothers.
That's true. I do want Ryan in Smash Brothers, actually.
The OP. Anyway.
Anyway. So, Ryan, whenever you're ready, go ahead and take it away, my man, as we dive into the summary. What happened last week? What's going on in Efera? What's happening?
I mean, nothing much, really.
Okay, and so that's where we're going to pick up. So, diving right in.
Okay. That was fine.
Yep.
All right. Seriously, though. The Wardens prepare themselves to return to New Efera in order to move into the Bloody Mesa and continue their search after Korvac and eventually Nibiru. They say their goodbyes to Jinx and Moku and set out on their ship. Varnast makes Alec his first mate and assigns Morganix some quartermaster duties on their trip. As they return to New Verdalka, they are greeted by many, many old friends, including Thomas and Jalissa. And Alec is pulled aside in order to make sure that some of the decisions that were made in her absence were ones that she approved of, or to see if she had any better suggestions or alternatives. After the meeting, Jalissa said that she needed to introduce the Wardens to a good surprise. She described it overall, though she was being rather cryptic about it. As they went back to her governor's mansion, she introduced them to a gentleman who called himself Jorah, and he said that he was someone that Agatha had imprisoned and took away 10 years of his life and was going to utilize his power for evil purposes. He originally traveled to Efera in order to seek his vengeance, but learned that the Wardens had already beaten him to killing her. Feeling that he owed them a debt, he offered them his services. The main thing that he mentioned was he said that if they had any location or anything that they needed protected, he would stay there for 10 years in order to make sure that it was protected. With a little bit of pushing, Jorah revealed his true form, that of a large gold dragon. It was gold, right?
It was gold, yes.
All right, cool. I was like, there's a lot of colors.
There are a lot of colors, Ryan.
Many.
That's right.
Yeah, there are.
I'm sorry.
I can think of at least 6. Anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, and one of them's gold. Anyway. deciding that they needed some time to figure out exactly where they wanted Jorah to protect, the group asks for some time and inform him that they will magically communicate with him once they decide. With their understanding and agreement made, Jorah flew off to do a little bit of work on his own. The group ended up reconvening and discussing about traveling directly to New Efera the next morning. Sorry, something I totally forgot that I need to. On the trip to New Verdalka, they decided to do a little bit of sending and scrying on some old contacts and potential enemies that they needed to get an eye on. The most interesting of it, though, was spying on... I'm sorry, number 2, Joe?
Number 2, Imriel's second student.
Yes, Imriel's second student, which was very interesting because we learned that he is a vampiric drow that seems to be located somewhere in the Underdark, and he was speaking to a drow matriarch by the name of Malice, who appears to be working with Korvac and overall the Dark One. Though exactly what their plans are and what they aim to do is still unknown at this time. Meeting back at Duncan's Academy, they make their plans in order to meet up with Grace, Duncan's ex-wife, in order to travel safely into the Bloody Mesa. Along with all of these events, the group grows closer and has many personal conversations. Varnas and Morgonix discussing her potentially going home now that she is free of her patron. And Alec and Varnas discussing leadership and accepting that things are going to be okay, and it's okay to take a moment to breathe. With their energy back, they set out for New Efera the next day.
All right. Exactly. Sorry, I forgot how to speak there for a moment. All right, so with that, unless there are any conversations the 3 of you are having on your ship, we'll just bamf you right to New Efera.
How long is that voyage?
About a week.
Oh, well, during that time, Morgonix is going to work on training Minerva.
Oh, right. Sorry I didn't include that in the summary. How foolish of me.
It's not something we need to like halt the session for, but she would definitely get that going. And probably should have brewed some potions, but I feel bad taking the time.
Well, I mean, you have enough time for one or the other. Potion making is an all-day thing.
Training.
Yep. All right, so you take the time to train, and you have a by the end of the week, along with the help of Alec and her knowledge of Eferan animals, you have a pretty well-trained cat owl on your hands by the time you arrive in New Efera.
To at least come when she's called.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, sorry.
No, you're good. So with that...
I'm a loser!
Yeah, of course. Why would you want to? So, with that, all of you can see coming around the coastline after about a week of traveling, the port of New Efera. You can see that while portions of the city are still destroyed and still in ruin, other parts of the city are, in fact, sort of coming back to life. Buildings restored, areas being rebuilt, and some joy found in the city once more. As you begin to make your way up to the dock, eventually the ship clinging along the side, tying off, the sails rising to no mast, the anchor dropping, all of you have arrived in New Efera. Now, you have a lot going on as soon as you arrive. With knowledge of your arrival, you can see that you already have somebody waiting for you on the docks. You can see Governor Torin as greeting you along with some guards of his own. You can see there are a number of reporters that are flocking behind him that are currently just like, they have like notebooks and pencils in their hands, and they're just sort of like shouting at him like, Governor Torin, what do you think of the atrocities of the Knolls? Governor Torin, what is your plan? Like just shouting at him, and he's just entirely ignoring them, facing you as he begins to walk forward and says, I would like to welcome you all again to New Efera as your governor. I'm very thankful for the services that you have done. If what has been said is true. You truly are the heroes this city needs. It's good to see you again.
Good to see you, Governor.
Well, I sadly don't have much time. There are a few things, pieces of parchment, notes, and these would have been things that we talked about at the end of last session that he was going to update you on. These pieces of information, they'll be waiting for you, in courtesy rooms, in the Taste of Tranquility. Working name is still attempting to be, come up with, but there are some old friends there waiting for you. Nahara has come from All's Crossing to get the place back up on its feet, and she thought that who better else to bring life back to an inn and tavern than Thomas. So your friends Thomas and Fro are also there waiting for you.
DM question.
Yes.
Taste of Tranquility. Was that super creepy brothel where Morgonix almost died?
Yeah,
Oh,
correct.
no. Oh, was it?
Yeah.
I thought, oh, yeah, it was. That's where, like, the natives were being weirdly mind-controlled type thing.
Correct, yeah.
Oh, God, the
Yeah.
mind-controlled prostitutes. Why are they rehabilitating this building? They should have burned it to the ground. Okay.
Expensive building.
Yeah, 90% of the city needs to be repaired still, so
So he can't go around burning more buildings.
Yeah, Alec will just nod and say, I'm glad they are finding good use for that.
Yes.
Yeah, no insight needed. Morgonix's face briefly sours at the name of that place and the memories associated with it.
Yes. As I
But a
said,
name change is required.
yes, I think that was one of the things Nahara wished to speak with all of you about. But she and Thomas and the young bullywug are all there waiting for you. I was also told that, Morgonix, there is a grove somewhere in the city that you should be familiar with. Galadar wanted to meet you there. And the last point of information here is near the People's Forum on the eastern side of the city. Emeriel arrived earlier today, and he's been aiding the people there, helping them as much as he can. There was a young woman that he brought with him, and the older woman, Sigurd.
The
Alec
young
immediately
woman.
turns red.
Was she purple?
No,
Just checking.
an elf with blonde hair.
Oh. Okay.
Yes,
Well,
but-
we have questions for him, so this is good.
yes, he did seem anxious or stressed of a sort. So, if I can make a suggestion, maybe speaking with him first, and then heading to the Taste of Tranquility.
I believe that's a good idea.
Yeah, let's do that.
Very well.
Thank you, Governor.
Of course.
Thank
if-
you,
We
Governor.
appreciate it.
Yes, of course. No, thank you for what you've done. Believe me, I will not forget the service you did for me and the gift you gave me. I promise you I will repay it back tenfold. Well, considering how valuable this city is, I don't know if that exactly will happen, but as much as I can.
No, you haven't let us down yet. Just keep what you're doing, and we'll call it even.
Very good.
Morgonix will offer to shake his hand.
Oh, he definitely will. Yeah.
Varnash
shake,
will do
shake.
the same.
Shake, shake,
Shake, shake, shake.
Shake your
Shake your
hands.
booty.
Nope, shake your hands.
Nope.
Like, we'll put her fist to her chest instead.
And Torin will respectfully just bow. Obviously not trying to emulate what the natives do, or not trying to insult her culture,
Yeah.
but just respectfully bowing. Okay. All right. So,
Off to Emeriel, even though Morgonix desperately wants to get to Galadar.
Yeah, straight to Emerald.
Yeah, Alec is going. She just feels a little not uncomfortable is the word, but there's very intense memories here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's just kind of walking through them the best she can.
Morganix will probably reach out and squeeze her hand at some point.
And she'll give you a small smile. She's okay. She just needs to
Yeah.
one step at a time.
Okay. All right, sounds good. So with that, the three of you and Morning Light begin making your way throughout the streets of Efera. Now,
Minerva's with us too. She's wrapped around my neck.
yes, she is. She
Sorry.
is. You just have to force. You have to force Gemma to draw it, and then it can be on the board as well. You hear that, Gemma? Okay.
Just do a little tiny cat owl head and put it on top of Morganix's head. Okay, sorry.
No, you're fine. So as you are walking through, you can see that some of the life has been returned to the city, same as when you arrived the first time, all that time ago. There are merchant stalls all along the streets, that main thoroughfare going from the port all the way to the northern gate that leads out towards the Bloody Mesa, and the western gate, or the eastern gate that leads out towards All's Crossing. So as you're going through, you can see that some life has been returned, right? There are people crowding the sides of the street with all these little market stalls and vendors, and you can see that there's one man, coppery colored skin, who's like shouting out at people, just being like, you seem like a... And then his eyes turn towards you three, and he says, "Doth mine eyes deceive me? Snarnast, Malik, Snornanix, it is you, the wardens of Efera."
I'm sorry, what?
You, Snarnanix, Smalik,
No.
and
No.
Snarnast.
No.
Why do all of our names start with an S?
Alec looks behind her, as if there's another person standing there.
No, please come over. I give you a special discount. And he has a robe on, and he like opens it up, and there's like clocks hanging from his robe, and he's like, "I give you a special discount on clocks." Clocks.
I think you are broken in the head. Sorry, friend. And Alec will literally close his robe for him.
Public service right there. Morganix can't help herself. She's going to pull out a piece of parchment and write their names down and hand it to him.
He looks at it. "Who is this?"
You are misinformed. And I feel weird about this because I don't really, I'm not looking to be noticed, but who would name their child Snorlanix?
I don't know. I grew one growing up.
Oh, I'm so sorry, did you? Insight check?
No, I'm lying. I'm sorry. I
Did you drink too much? Perhaps you should go and lie down.
No. My friend snuck. He lied to me. Well, at least he thought he was being truthful. He heard it from an incense merchant who came from Ilera.
Mm-hmm.
And so
this is awkward
Alec's
and
face
uncomfortable.
is like so contorted in confusion.
You know
And
what?
she's gonna just pat him on the back.
Oh,
I
ow,
really.
ow.
Oh, sorry. Sometimes that happens.
His robe comes undone again. Pat on the back. Oh.
Wow. I think that perhaps you should move on.
Okay.
Well, hang on. How much for a clock?
You see the clocks, especially, he opens his robe back up again. They're very special, you see, because not only do they tell you the time in the material plane, but some of these clocks, jingle, 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 they tell you the time in other planes of existence as well. You see, I just sold one. I just sold one the other day to a very large man that tells you the time not only in the material plane, but also in Asphodel.
Oh, how much you sell it for?
Well, the asking price was 4,000, but he was a very good haggler.
What'd you sell it for?
I'd rather not talk about it.
Are they actually like decent clocks at all, Joe? I mean, I know he's like this like salesman, but are they even good clocks?
Some of them are kind of shitty. Like, you can tell just from like the mechanisms that you can hear, some of them are not very good timepieces. Like, they're not good at keeping track of the time.
Alec is
Okay.
gonna like whisper down. Varnast, you're not really going to buy that. You know, if you just look in the sky, you can tell what time it is.
No, sometimes you know, just it's nice to have something else to look at, you know.
Synchronize. They synchronize. You can synchronize. Synchronize.
Oh,
I don't know what that word means.
Synchronize. You can be in separate places at once and not be able to look at the sun, and you can do things within like a minute of each other. Say you need to be on opposite sides of the city, and it's like, okay, at 4:30 you're going to do a thing, and I'm going to do a thing, but it's on separate parts. Synchronization.
do you have a pocket watch?
Yeah, I've got lots of pocket watches. And he pulls out like kind of like how earbuds get tangled together in a pocket. He pulls out like 4 pocket watches that are tangled together. See?
Oh,
Clink, 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 clink,
boy.
clink.
I'm
Pocket
gonna
watches.
help him untangle those.
Oh, thank you.
Joe, is there any of the clocks that particularly stand out to Varnast? I think he might be more interested in than the others, since there's like 80 options apparently.
Yeah, you make a history check, sure.
Hell yeah!
He's doing that. I'm gonna pick out the nicest, best functioning pocket watch.
Okay.
It's gonna be the same one I find. 24.
Yeah.
I'll fight you.
As you're looking around, you can see Varnast. There is this very nice one that you see, and you recognize it slightly. Not like you've seen it before, but you've seen the make before. There are specific like clocksmiths that exist in Adarashi, that sort of fantasy Japan area, where they not only take time to make sure the mechanisms that will last as long as you live, and most of these pocket watches end up being sold to elves within Adarashi. So these pocket watches have a life of about 200 to 250 years. And you can see that it's got silver, it's got this like blue enameled steel inlay that is very beautiful. It almost looks like a blue rose petal on the very top of the pocket watch. It's absolutely beautiful, and you can see that as soon as you spot it, Morganax scoops it up. And
God
Morganax,
damn
this looks like a nice pocket watch.
Oh, did you want this one?
I was taking a look at it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Looks
Well,
like it matches my color aesthetic, but if you
yeah. No,
about
no. You take this one. I'm looking at one for a bomb.
Oh, huh?
What?
What?
I've been thinking and experimenting and about different alchemical triggers, and I think I could make it work. So I'll hand him the pretty one, and I'll take the second best one. Is this guy just shook now?
I think we all are.
Just casually, yeah, I want to make a bomb.
Yeah, what?
Have you ever heard of the IRA?
Nope, can't say I have.
The Iverian Republic Army?
Ah.
Because you sound a lot like they do. And I don't think you're going back home after this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, and he like reaches into like one, and it's like it looks to be a gold pocket watch, but it's gilded gold. Like it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is not very high
Hey,
quality.
we're being rated.
Oh.
Hi.
Oh, hello.
Jeffer Cakes Games. Heck yeah, Jeffer Cakes Games. Love that.
We're in the middle of watch
Wow.
buying, so
Yeah,
we're at a great part.
Buying
Love
some
me some
watches.
cake.
So pulls out the it's so stupid, this like gilded gold pocket watch.
You started this. I don't know
I
why
know.
you expected us not to bite.
It's so funny. Dread Red Queen. Hell yeah. Anyway, so holds up the one, and it's gilded gold, but it does tick, and it seems to keep time very well. It's just not very fancy or anything.
I feel like while this is happening, Alec is trying to like untangle a bunch of pocket watches, and absent-mindedly she just breaks 3 of them and just pulls the chains off of them.
Oh, Alex, stop, honey, no.
Oh, Well, see, then this is not even very good quality if
What are
this is happening.
Flux.
Sorry, I was just I barely pulled on it, and this happens. But this is what I'm saying. Perhaps we should just look at the sky and tell the time instead.
Alec, you are what my mother would have called a hands in pockets child.
I don't have pockets.
We need to fix that. But first, how much for this watch?
If you take her away, I'll give it to you for free.
I'm gonna give him a platinum piece because I feel bad about the carnage.
Looks down. Thank you.
We're going. Varnes, you better finish fast. And I'm gonna take Alec and lead her away.
I'm gonna just keep this piece. Thank you. Okay. And Alec is gonna just keep the chain. She doesn't take the watch part. She just takes the chain.
What am I supposed to do with a watch with no chain?
I mean, you did get a platinum, so gotta help a little bit at least.
He just looks
How much
up
for
at
this
you.
one?
That one? You know, on a normal day I would say 500 gold because of how rare it is, but I'm too exhausted to haggle. I bought it from a guy for 5 gold. You give me 6, it's yours.
Done.
Okay.
Throw the 6 in. Oh, and by the way, that damaged pocket watch, you could always sell it to something that Alex Silverfoot once had in her hand. Just an idea. Then he turns and walks away.
Smalik, yes. This is what I'll
God
do.
damn it.
Left him with that piece of parchment with our names spelled out on it, by the way.
You think this guy can read?
Whack.
Smalik Alverfoot, yes, that is who I will say this is.
Wow, Joe, I hate you.
Smalik Alverfoot, yes. All right.
If our influencer friend hears about this, he's going to be just unlivable.
Oh my god.
Malik Overfoot's going to be my character in campaign 2.
Off to Imariel.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god. Ryan.
Oh, I
Yo, what's up?
Nothing, Ryan. That's fucking sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Had
Okay.
to share.
Emerald.
All right. So, with that, all of you then, you make your way towards the People's Forum. This area where you knew at one point in time, before you decided to go to Baralo's temple, where the next step of aiding the revolution for you would have been before everything kind of went to shit. But you make your way and you travel to the People's Forum. Now, the sounds of the coast eventually begin to fade, and the sounds of people talking also begins to fade slightly. While there is some life to this area of the city, getting here is traversing through thousands of broken down and burned buildings, a city ravaged by gnolls and Korvok. But eventually, you make your way through the area, and you find the People's Forum. And you can see that helping people, doing the best that he can. You can see Imariel, along with Sigrun standing next to him, keeping a watchful eye, making sure nobody gets too close. And you can also see a woman on the other side of Imariel. She is... Your first instinct is high elf, but her skin has more reddish brown undertones, but her hair is this like platinum white blonde that almost has this like crystalline shimmer to it. She has pointed ears and yeah, very Daenerys Targaryen. And you can see that she has this beautiful, wonderful, happy smile on her face as she's also helping different people, handing out different items, whether it be food or water, just trying to do her part along with Imariel to right whatever wrongs were committed in the city. Wrongs especially committed by him. So, with that, as you approach, Imariel does see all of you, and he sort of waves and gestures for you to come over, and you can see a small reassuring smile on his face as you all approach. Okay. So, as all of you approach Emeril, you can see Sigrun looks towards all of you and nods, and this woman standing next to on the other side of Emeril looks towards the group of you with this big smile on her face. And he says, now there are a few things that I'd like to say, and some things that I know that you really want to hear. But in an effort to not be rude, the first thing I want to do is I want to introduce, Ren, as he gestures next to him, to the elf woman standing next to him. And this is what she looks like.
Ooh, that's some Dragon Age art.
Mm-hmm. And as he gestures to her, he says, Ren was my student before before Zamir. And I just wanted to introduce her before I told you what was happening with Zamir.
Is she a native, Joe?
No, she is not.
Or no? Okay, cool.
No, you can tell.
Cool.
But she smiles at all of you and she says, hi, my name is Ren. It's very nice to meet all of you. Emeril's told me a lot about you. I'm very happy to be here. Hi.
Well, it's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too. I already said that, sorry. And Emeril sort of nods and yes. Anyway, so, here, follow me. A little bit more privacy would be nice as we speak on this. Just sensitive information, and I don't want it falling into the wrong ears, if you understand my meaning.
Of course.
Yeah, Alec will nod to Ren politely and follow Emeril aside.
Yep. Okay. So, coming through the room, into this room that has been restored, and you can see that there are some ornaments and desks and what looks to be cots and beds in here just for people to work and to write and to sleep further away from the more chaotic parts of the city that are still being rebuilt. And Emeril looks to all of you and he says, so first things first, I just want to say Zamir is doing fine. The process he's going through it's very stressful and very demanding on his body.
Can we ask a question?
Yes, of course.
Why? I don't know if why is the right word. But he was with us when we were down there. Did you allow him to come with us for that, or?
He was very confused.
It's part of the trial that he goes through. I have no idea where he ends up going during them. All I know is that they take a great deal of energy and effort from him. You see...
But he will come back.
He
yes?
will, potentially. And I know that's not what you want to hear, but this is out of my control.
What does potentially mean?
Please, let me explain, and then ask any questions after I get done. There's a lot of detail here, and I want to make sure I get through all of it.
Very well.
I shared with you, looking to you, Varnest and Morganix, I shared with you very delicate information about Zamir and what I had seen of him. A great malice and darkness creeping into him, attempting to dissuade him from following a path of the light and listening to those whispers from the darkness. Zamir is very powerful, and if he were to be dissuaded from all of you, if he were to be pulled away from a path where he could do genuine good, it could be catastrophic for who knows how many people. So, he needed to go through a change, a metamorphosis, the same one that all members of the Hidden Flame have to go through should they be accepted into its order. All of us are put through temptations. We're all tested, in one way or another. There are 3 gates that we must step through. 3 gates, 3 tests. 1, to tempt us with things from the past. Things we never got to say, things we never got to do, things that haunt us still. But what we must remember is that that is not what is important. Our past is our past, and just that. We cannot change it, nor should we want to. It has made us who we are today. If someone cannot accept their past and choose to not change it, then, well, they are lost. They are consumed by the void. Oh, morning light, it's okay.
Alec will put a hand on Morning Light's head to calm him down.
Yeah.
Sorry, Morning Light did not like that.
It's okay. No, who would? Then their second test is to be tempted by things in the present. Things that they care about, genuinely. Things they love. And I'm assuming that's why he showed up to all of you. He knew, the Weave knew how much he cared about all of you. And he was tempted to stay. But after completing the second trial, it's very prevalent to me that he did not. Each trial is very draining on him, and he needs time to rest in between. He is currently sleeping, and he has been for about the past week. We've been feeding him and keeping him hydrated, but he's currently, I guess you could say, hibernating. Each time it takes so much energy out of him, and this is the third and final trial. Will he be tempted with things from the future? And I'm afraid this is where his greatest trial may be. Tempted with ultimate power, with the ability to be loved by all, whether they want to or not. The same thing I feared for him all those years ago. So, I have confidence that he will make it out the other end. That he'll be back to you. I don't know how long. And I know that is not what you want to hear, but I promise you I am being honest. I want him back with all of you too, and I want him back with all of you better. Better than he was before, because I fear for what next steps your journey may take you on.
I believe you, Emariel, and there's something that you should know that you might not. When we were in the abyss, the Dark One reached out to us and extended a hand, and we rejected it. And I felt him there with us. I felt Zamir with us. I could hear his voice rejecting him.
Good. That's very good. If he was able to reject him once, then he should be able to do so again. I hope that when you all aren't connected to him, that he still has the same strength to deny him.
I believe in him.
I do too. He has grown considerably. I taught him the same skills that I used against Tak. How to cut someone off from the weave and, Morganix, in his stead, I'm going to teach this to you, as he will...
Oh.
I don't believe you'll run into any of them, but should you run into any Dark Friends, Shadowspawn, or members of the 13, I want you to be able to defend yourself.
Okay. Morganix looks very taken off guard by this. Like, in no way was she expecting that, and she's in her head thinking, isn't Varnast better? But she'll nod and say, if you feel I am suited for that, then I'm willing to learn.
Yes. You see, and Of course, looking to you, Varnast, I mean no disrespect or offense, but this magic is arcane and potent. Something that very few spellcasters are able to do. While the magic itself is radiant, it doesn't come from a divine source. It comes from the weave directly. It is taxing on you, and it is taxing on the weave. So it's best used sparingly.
I have magic again. Ayun gave it to me. We destroyed Malcanthet.
Well, and you can see him smile. Genuine relief.
Will I still be able to do it?
Of course,
My magic isn't divine. It is arcane, but
yes,
it
you
still
will.
comes. Okay.
Yes, while she may be your patron, Ayun is one of the very few deities that their divine magic is, well, expressed through the weave directly. One of the only ones. And the...
She is a god of spellcasters.
Yes, exactly. Now...
There was some concern, though. We also heard from another one of your students. We did some scrying. She kind of looks around to confirm that's what that is.
Argonix nods subtly. Yeah, you got this.
I am concerned for my home. Nibiru has yet to be found, but it seems as though more people are joining the hunt. And it does not make me feel comfortable in any way. Like I said, we scryed on one of your students, number 2.
Yes.
And, well, they were speaking to a woman named Malice, who is working with Korvac. And they apparently have business here in Efera. And if they are working with Korvac, then we have yet another enemy to be worried about, to arm ourselves against.
Malice. You said.
Correct.
Mother Malice. Isn't that what he called her?
Yes. Well, then all of you should know, if you don't already. Malice is one of the 13. One of the Dark Ones chosen. My second student, Duagus Elduis, he was a promising young man. I found him in Tarkir, actually. And I saw how talented he was with the magic of the winds of chaos, and so I offered to teach him. That I've spent so much time with the weave and learning it, I can recognize.
So you did not know that his mother was this creature, this woman?
No. So he was a Baenir then.
Well, that then brings to mind another question. We were told by a wonderful creature we met in Uverdolka, a Jorah, a dragon, and he spoke of another Baenir who saved him.
Yes, Nalfian. I know of him. I have spoken to him already. He is a good man. He was able to break away from what the House of Baenir is. He now serves...
Which is what exactly?
House Baynir has been some of the most loyal servants to the Dark One ever since his original rise, many thousands of years ago. Malice Baynir would train her sons in the form of dunamancy, of an Echo Knight, creating multiple copies of themselves to be an even more effective fighter on the field. Then, when they were gifted enough, she would twist them, give them to the Dark One. And these creatures, these young boys, who all they've ever known of death and destruction, they would become what are known as the Bon Sheen. They are twisted, malformed creatures, sightless, lidless. They devour their foes. And their dunamancy is no longer a copy. It's no longer an echo or a shadow. It is physical. A duplicate of them that they can dismiss and summon that has all of the same features and weight and, well, ability to cause fear. They are deadly warriors. Very deadly.
And what business does she have in Efera other than to cause chaos?
I don't know. I would assume then, if Korvac is working with the Dark One, then Malice must have some vested interest in here. The most I can assume is that there might be several seals that exist within Efera that they wish to break open. Other than that, considering, well, what all of you have done so far in rebellion to the Dark One, I'm assuming that you can't exactly be favorable on her list. I'm sure you are right up there with me.
I see.
Honestly, she probably hates you as much as she hates her own son, Nalfian. Which is saying something.
I suppose I don't understand, but if you say he is someone to be trusted,
Good to be hated by the right people, I suppose.
it's true.
Yes. If Malice Baynir, if Korvac, if the Dark One seems to have a problem with you, you're probably doing something right.
How I'm choosing to look at the whole situation.
Yes. Well, so that is everything I had to say in relation to Zamir and of the 13. Oh, thank you for the resub, McBoydoodle. Thank you for the 5 months. Appreciate that. That is all I had to say on Zamir. He will be, well, he is currently fine, and I have faith in him, same as you, that he will accomplish this, and he will beat this. And when he returns to you, he will still be himself. Can't change that, but you won't have to worry of any dark voices whispering to him, convincing him to abandon all of you.
That is reassuring.
And the reason I brought Ren with me is because I wanted to leave her in New Efera. After I had left and two had come with Korvac, they were able to cause massive destruction. And Ren, well, she is very talented herself. And I believe should two make any attempts on the city, or should Korvac or anyone else, Ren will be able to put up a fighting chance, unlike the Governado when he was still here. And Ren kind of looks at all of you and does like a small little smile and a small little wave. Yeah, at least I hope so.
And you believe she can do that?
Well, I believe that at least one-on-one with two. Did you happen to get his real name? I know that he's a Baynir, but
Was it mentioned, Joe? I don't remember.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't.
Denon?
I mean, I know that from the 0.5. I don't remember
Yeah,
if we
was
learned it.
did they
Yeah,
say it when
no.
we scryed? I don't know.
No,
I don't
she
think
didn't.
so.
Nope, she
Okay,
just
then
said
never
my
mind.
son. Okay.
Okay.
Scratch
So
that.
no, we did
So-
not.
So then, my student, you see him kind of shiver at that. He, should he return, Ren will be able to hold him off at least. Send a message to me, and then hopefully I can return and stop whatever is happening. And hopefully, as all of you had been, I believe the governor had informed me Ethos was going to be returning to Verdolka and attempting to send troops this way from the Queen's army. So hopefully, with a fighting force, such as Tarkiers, at least part of them here, along with Ren, should anyone attempt to attack it, well, should hopefully put up a little bit more of a fight than when Korvac
My
first
people
attacked.
will also stand beside you if it comes to that. We share this home now, and that is what is right. But let us hope it doesn't come to that.
No, I hope not either. The world has had enough bloodshed and fighting. The sooner we can be done of all this, the better. But I fear greatly that the worst is still yet to come.
Thank you for the information.
Of course, I'm happy to help. All of you have reminded me of what I could have been, what I should have been all those years. And I can't make up for what I did. And I cannot and I should not be forgiven for it. But because of all of you and because of Zamir, I have found the light again. And I found my purpose. So, thank you. So much.
Alec will nod.
And thank you for the spell scrolls you sent me. I was without power for a while, and that was very kind of you.
It was the least I could do. And please feel free to keep any of them you didn't use.
Okay.
All right. Well, if there's nothing else.
Hi, Sigrun.
Sigrun looks to you and gives you a small smile and says, "Hello, Alec. Good to see you again."
Yeah, it's good to see you as well.
Her eyes kind of narrow at you.
So, how do I learn?
Well, I'm assuming, Morgonix, and please don't take this the wrong way, I'm assuming you've never had a night out of binge drinking.
No.
All right. Well, typically what happens when you wake up the next morning after mixing your liquors and drinking too much is you wake up with this throbbing, painful headache where every single noise and sound is extra sensitive. And
I'm familiar with the science side of it.
yes. Well, for about 15 seconds, you're going to feel that way times 10. But it will pass very quickly. But it is a wealth of knowledge that I'm going to bestow onto you. Now, this spell will only harm those who serve the Dark One. And it should be known that any of the 13 that you encounter, should they not be slain with this magic, they will not die. They will continue to fight. They may turn to dust, to ash, but they will come back. This is the only way to permanently kill any member of the 13. Do you understand?
No pressure. Yeah, I'm good. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Alec will squeeze Morgonic's hand this time.
If it's all right with you, I'm going to touch your temples.
Very well.
with that, he'll kind of bring his hands up, and he will put his pointer finger and middle finger, softly rest them onto your temples, and you can see as he closes his eyes, the veins of his skin begin to glow this like bright gold color as he channels this magic through the veins of his fingers into your skull. And exactly like his said, as the magic's channeling in, every noise and sound and sensory is heightened by 1,000. And your head just begins to like crack. You almost feel like you are gonna split from the pressure, seeing these bright glowing cosmos and stars flashing by your eyes, seeing the brightest light, the brightest radiant flame you've ever seen in your life, burning and crackling at the center of it all. And as soon as he takes his fingers off, you exhale. The pain is gone. And
Oh, that was not good.
now, and I'll add it to D&D Beyond here in a second, but you now have a new 4th level spell that is called Balefire. Now, Balefire does 40 points of radiant damage, but it also incurs 1 point of exhaustion.
No.
Now, this radiant damage is ineffective against any creature that does not serve the Dark One. So, right, if you just run into a bandit in the middle of the street and you Balefire, it won't actually affect them at all.
Yeah, I'm not spamming this one for funsies.
Yeah, this is your silver bullet, so to speak.
Ugh.
All right. And I also will say you can use the Ring of Spell Storing on this as well.
Oh,
Like, so yeah, you can put it in there.
interesting.
Mm.
Okay.
And I'll add it to D&D Beyond here in a little bit.
No worries. It's not going to count against my number of prepared spells, is it?
Nope. Always prepared, doesn't count against it.
Cool. Okay, thank you. That was not fun. I don't know why people do that to themselves willingly.
I'm still trying to figure it out. Well,
Oh my god.
in time it'll pass. Drink some water, eat some bread, and maybe get something sweet. It doesn't help with the pain at all, but it'll help distract you.
Oh, it's gonna need a lot. Okay. Yep. Okay, thank you.
Of course. Is there any other questions? I don't know when I'll see you again. I hope it's not too far, but if there's anything you want to ask me before I go, please do.
For me.
Yeah, I think Alec is good.
Yeah. I think we just wanted to tell you about what we saw and get an update.
All right. Kind of. He'll look down at Morning Light and he'll look up at you, Alec, and he'll be like, I've always wanted to, but never asked, but do you mind if I pet Morning Light?
Oh, yeah, that is fine.
I just know with some animals, they tend to be a little testy, so.
No, Morning Light is a fearsome warrior, but he also is kind to the right people.
Oh, well. I guess we'll see if I lose a finger or not. Who knows? Maybe I'll turn to snow. He gets down on one knee and he reaches palm out towards Morning Light.
Awkward.
It's gonna suck if Morning Light kills him and Sigrun has to kill Morning Light.
And then Alec has to kill
Boy.
Sigrun. How tragic.
Oh, no.
Talk about gay panic.
Wow.
With that, Emerald gets down on one knee, gestures his palm out. Morning Light kind of sniffs. And it's up to you, Alec. How does Morning Light? Will he be receptive, or will he obviously not bite, because Morning Light's better trained than that.
Yeah. No, Morning Light, I think, would sniff his hand, and if he could narrow his eyes, he would for a second, but then, lick his palm and just sit down.
All right, and with that, Emerald will kind of scratch behind his ears, and then scratch his stomach a little bit, and just smile.
Well, that's his weakness, so.
Oh, yes, who's a good boy? Oh. He looks up at you and he says, I always wanted to get a dog for Cyrus.
Well,
It's not too late.
He already
He
has
likes
an owl
naming
there.
things. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
I could see him with like one of those little purse dogs.
Oh. Yes. Very, very, very much so. Oh, my. And I'll just kind of scratch underneath Doglin's chin once more and stand up. And sigh and smile, looking towards the three of you and say, well, thank you for this. As I said before, anything you need, you know how to reach me.
Alec will nod.
Farewell, and I look forward to our next encounter.
Goodbye, Sigrun. It was wonderful.
She's gonna narrow her eyes at you and be like, do you plan on finishing your sentence, or do you just want to leave it there? A little bit of a smile on her face.
I think that was the end of the sentence.
Well, it was nice seeing you again too, Alec. Good luck on your journeys. And, why don't you crack a few Knoll skulls for me while you're out?
Absolutely.
Good.
Emerald, one thing before you go.
Stop and turn back. Yes. What is it?
I think we all lose our way on occasion. You've been around for a very long time, fighting a very difficult fight. I don't envy what you've had to go through. If you're back on the path you believe you need to be on, though, don't hold what happened so heavily against yourself. It's a weight that can crush you if you hold on to it for too long. Moving forward is sometimes the only way to heal.
And he'll nod, and you can tell, Varnast, with your 1,000,001 wisdom,
Hell
your
yeah.
passive perception, or passive insight, that meant a lot to him. And he smiles and says, thank you, Varnast. I'm glad to know you feel that way. There was a man I knew long ago. He was a cleric as well. He was a good friend of mine. And, well, he, needless to say, didn't feel the same way about things. And, well, I'm just glad that you, feel differently.
Took me a while to get there, for what that's worth.
So, and you see him kind of exhale and collect himself and say, yes, well, farewell, all of you. And good luck. And with that,
Take care of yourself, Emerald.
as he kind of turns around and looks over his shoulder, he nods, and Sigrun moves with him. There is a flash of light on the floor as him and Sigrun step through, returning to...
Minerva hisses.
Huh?
Minerva hisses.
All right, so they step through, they disappear, leaving the three of you and Ren. And Ren looks to all of you and says, "Oh, and I've at least a little familiar with New Efera. Granted, I wasn't here since all the destruction, but I came here a long while ago. Actually, I came for Emeriel to teach me, and so I know my way around the city. So I'm going to be working with Governor Torin, and the same as Emeriel said, if there's anything you need, just let me know. I'm here at his service, so that means I'm here at your service."
Thank you for helping
Of course.
my people and these people.
Yes, I know it's not the same thing, but I came from Isanalor, which is a forest, which Morganax you would be familiar with, that's south in the southern reaches of Iverion, and there are natives that live in there, the last sort of bastion of their civilization. They're good people. And the fact that I can help a similar group of people, well, makes me really happy. I do have a specialization in not just evocation magic, but also in enchantment. Not enchantment like making people like me, but enchantment like magical enchantments. So if you have any ideas for things that you'd like enhanced magically, I can do that.
Oh. Well, that's very good to know.
Mm-hmm. In fact,
Thank you.
Well, after I got done with Emeriel's teachings, I had a brief stint at the college. Wait a minute. Do I recognize you? As she kind of looks towards you, Morganax, which you would see so many people in a day being a librarian that like,
Mm-hmm.
but she says, "Did you?" It's Morganax Amela, right?
Yeah.
I had your mom as a professor.
Oh, that's wonderful.
What a small world. That's amazing. I thought that I recognized your face. I just couldn't place it. You know, when you hear about the person who defeats the Demon Queen of the Succubi and the person who is also the librarian who would check books out of the library for me, you just don't put two and two together most of the time.
Yeah, I've changed a bit.
Well, I love this new look on you. It looks great.
Thanks.
Well, so like I said, if there's anything you need, just come and find me. I promise you I will drop everything if you need me to.
It's your son's birthday. Happy birthday to your son.
What is that?
Okay.
It's your son's birthday. Happy birthday to your son.
Sorry
Ryan,
about that.
you have a son? I didn't know.
No, I don't.
Okay.
Well, happy birthday anyway. Continue.
All right.
I thought my stuff was muted. It was not. Apologies.
It's okay. She looks to all of you and says, "So, if there's any weapon enchantments, what I was going to say is I wrote a dissertation in the college about enchantment transference. So taking one thing from one thing and putting it onto another."
There are a lot of big words, and Alec did not follow, but she's nodding politely anyway.
Varnas
Alec-
explains it in smaller, simpler words.
Oh, that is really good and something we could benefit from,
Did
right?
you talk about doing that with your father's sword?
Yeah, I did. And she'll look to Ren. Is that something you could do to take an enchantment from a different blade and put it elsewhere?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I can do that in my sleep practically. Give me an hour, maybe two.
Okay, this weapon is just very special to me, so you must be very careful.
Oh, of course. I mean, if you want, you can watch me while I do it to make sure I don't mess anything up. I mean, I'm pretty confident, but whatever makes you most comfortable.
She'll nod and kind of take the sword off of her back and hand it over.
Okay.
And then I don't know where the other one is. In the bag of holding, right?
Yeah, probably.
No,
Yeah.
wait. Didn't Cyrus take the bag of holding?
I mean, he probably, since he didn't need it,
Oh,
he
okay.
probably would
Well,
have given it to
wherever
you.
it is,
Nice.
she'll.
We're gonna say
Alec
no.
Alec will just hand it to Ren. Both the blades.
Okay. Yeah. Well, this sword is something else. Holy crap. Oh my goodness. Wait a second. Where do I know this sword from? Is this? Okay, that's a natural 2 on a history check. This sword is different. I can't quite put my finger on it. This is from the Abyss, right?
Yep.
Who did this belong to before?
Mordekash.
This is Mordekash's sword? Are you kidding me? This is so cool. This is like...
Barnash just standing there in his armor. Yeah.
Wait,
Once
is
again,
that-
once again, nobody's noticing Varnash's outfit.
No, it's fine.
Wait.
Why?
Sorry. No. You, I didn't notice because you're not a cat. That is so... Or a Rakshasha, sorry.
What?
He's a cat person. Anyway, that is amazing. You're wearing his armor. This is his sword. This is so cool. Oh my god. This is like...
Well, as it may be cool, but I do not wish to use this blade. I wish to use this one instead.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Yeah, no problem. Give me 2 hours and, I don't know, bring me some peanuts when you get back and it's done. We'll call it good.
I can...
We can do
people
that.
like these things as well. So, like, start to open her coin purse.
Oh, no. I don't need gold. No, you're fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Thank you. This means a lot.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Oh, it's no problem at all. Like I said, meet me back here in 2 hours. Or where are all you going to be? I can drop it off if you'd like.
Sorry, what was the name of the inn again?
Taste of Tranquility.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Oh,
Morganix has a very forced smile on her face when with that name.
Yeah, Alec cringes, but I don't think she gets the name. She just doesn't like what she saw at the place. But she nods.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, got it. Will do. Okay. Sweet. All right. Well, then I'll meet you there.
Thank you. Then we will see you soon.
It was nice meeting you, Ren.
It's very nice meeting you.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to meet you guys as well. Okay. All right. Bye. See you later.
And after you switch the enchantments, and you could probably keep Mordekash's blade, it won't be magic anymore, but we don't need it.
I mean, selling it would be cool, but all right.
Well, I just thought she seemed so happy about it.
She wants it. She can have it.
I mean, listen, I'm trying to look for decorations for my house here, so I mean, it'd be a pretty cool like mantelpiece, you know.
That's a conversation starter, honestly.
That is, right? But if you guys want to keep it, that's okay too. I am flexible.
Oh, we'll see you in a few hours.
All right, sounds good. Think about it.
And as we're walking away to Barnast, I'm like, I'm sorry if you wanted to sell that. She was just so nice.
I'm just pointing it out before we just make decisions, that's all.
I'm sorry.
All right, well, to the Taste of Tranquility then.
Taste of Tranquility then.
Okay. All right.
You all right?
Well, I'm not nuts about the place, even if I'm happy to see... I'll be very happy to see Thomas and Fro, but it's very hard to get around mind control brothel, or the fact that the Silence and the Ox tried to kill me there. It's just an unhappy place. Just the thought of it leaves kind of a sour taste in my mouth.
I agree. If it burned down, I would not have been upset.
No.
But I trust in Nahara to make it
Yes.
something better.
Trust in Nahara. Trust in Nahara. Okay. I can do this.
All right.
Before we leave, Joe, sorry, I'll be real fast.
Yes.
Alec is just gonna, like, just kind of trail behind. And I know that we are in the same location where she saw Logan for the last time. So she is just gonna kind of like lag a little bit behind and just kind of like take a knee for a second.
Okay.
Put her like fist to her chest. She's just gonna whisper a small prayer to Asticia and then just say out loud to herself, "Rest now, Father, for you are in the hands of the Great Mother. And I will see you soon." And then she'll just get up, pat Morning Light on the head, and rejoin the rest of the group.
You can see Morning Light has this. It's very, very big eyes. It's kind of looking at you, and there is a shared look of sadness. But the two of you then rejoin the group.
Yep.
As they're walking, Morganix looks over to Varnast and is like, the natives that were being mind controlled, when we tore everything down, do you think they got themselves back?
To be honest, that was probably more of an Emerald question when he was here. That kind of magic is the kind of thing that I don't tamper with in any fashion.
Didn't think to ask.
I wouldn't have thought to ask either. I don't know. Hopefully. If not, then hopefully there are spellcasters who can find a way to undo and repair what has been done.
Probably a priority. Seems like something Inara would be on top of.
I think Torin would make that high on his priority list as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm being stupid.
Not stupid to worry about others.
Okay.
Hey, Alec.
And she'll probably just now be catching up. Yes, sorry. Morning Light needed to stop.
Ah, fair enough. Hey, so, when are you, actually going to talk to Sigrun?
She just blinks for a second.
She talked a little bit today.
Yeah, but I mean, really talk to her.
I don't know what you're talking about exactly. I spoke today, not much, but it was a small amount.
Varnast looks to Morganix, wondering if, at least Morganix understands what Varnast is saying.
Can tell.
Alright.
She's
Alec.
smirking a little, has the raised eyebrow. And I don't think Alex figured that one out yet, Varnast.
No, really?
Figured what out? Did something happen? Did she say something about me before she left?
No, but you've said volumes.
Oh.
Never heard her say anything bad.
I spoke too loud at her. I didn't think so. I was trying to be polite.
You were.
Very polite, very polite.
Very polite.
Okay, that's good.
Now, Alec, you just have this aura that comes over you whenever you see Sigrun, as of the last several times. And you get this little just your face kind of curves into this slight smile right at the end. It's subtle, but I see it.
I think that we should walk very fast away from the conversation that we are having in this moment. Because yes.
Morning Light sees that Alec is uncomfortable and starts to run off towards the Taste of Tranquility.
I must make sure he doesn't bite anyone. Okay. Alec is going to run after Morning Light. And she is, like, red.
Varnas looks over to Morganax, just not bothering to pick up the pace. Forget how young she is sometimes.
This is her first crush.
I mean, that's an assumption, isn't it?
I don't know. She doesn't seem to know what she's going through.
Alright, well, I'll drop it. And I will follow.
Okay.
I won't drop it, and I will follow.
Alrighty. So with that, eventually the city streets begin to shift from that, what would have been the ruins of the civilization of New Efera, and eventually start to transform into jungle trees and fireflies floating around. The sounds of the Eferan wilderness, as all of you begin to make your way through, hearing different birds chirping, animals making their noises, and wind rushing through the leaves of the trees around you. Making your way, eventually you arrive at the Taste of Tranquility, the main complex. 3 large buildings, one for drinking and sleeping, and the other two, or one for drinking and dining and entertainment, and the other 2 for lodging, with a large grove in the middle, a large garden. As you make your way towards the entrance, walking up the steps, heading inside, while there are dark memories attached to this place, Alec, Morganax, and Varnast, upon entering, there is some familiar faces, but then there are also some new ones as well. For one, you can see Fro and Thomas sitting at a table. They haven't noticed you've entered yet, currently playing Kingdoms and Castles, throwing different cards down, arguing about the rules. Fro is now so literate. She is,
Wow.
she sounds very smart, very eloquent. She has learned quite a bit in the time that you've gone. And even so, she's starting to challenge Thomas on the rules and starting to outsmart him with different rulings. You can see Nahara is currently having a conversation with some type of delivery person and a few cooks trying to hash out different delivery orders. And you can see Duncan sitting across the table from an older woman. You can see whatever conversation they're having right now is, intense to say the least. As the 2 of them are talking back and forth, running into these different disagreements. They're not exactly yelling at each other, but they're also not having a good old conversation, as you see an elderly human woman, not elvish, who looks something very similar to this. Wispy gray hair pulled back into a tight knot on her head, the small fringes coming off to the side, and large round glasses that are sitting on a nose, framing out 2 emerald green eyes. Definitely older, but very spry. And in comparison to Duncan's loud, bombastic voice, but his like collapsing posture, you can tell that the 2 of them have obviously spent very much time together. As you can assume that is Grace Baines, Duncan's ex-wife. The 2 of them are just sort of talking back and forth, like whisper shouting at each other. And then you can see,
I'm beelining over there.
Yeah. Before you're able to get over there, Morganax, you see that there are several other people within this room. You can see on the stage, there seems to be a man doing a small bit of performance, and you can see that there is another man sitting at a table across from a large man, that the 2 of them are currently arm wrestling. So with that, Ovind, I would like you to describe your character currently doing a very small performance on stage. Paint a word picture. What do they see when they look on the stage?
When they look up on the stage, they see a 7'6" tall, towering, half-orc gentleman of pale blue skin, doing more crowd individual work and inviting people up on stage and doing small sleight of hand and mesmer. But the aura of it is not that they are a performer as much as they are a seer. of some, wearing bejeweled and colorful garments and having an air about them that is a bit mysterious. Though there is an audience, the sole focus of the performer on stage is on the individual he is working with. And he is currently doing cards and throwing out tarot to this individual, while also kind of like waving as there seems to be a mist about the person sitting in a very plain looking wooden chair.
All right, yeah, so that's the first thing you see. This very mystical performer doing that individual work up there, the towering, tall, pale blue half-orc. But then, sitting at a table, currently elbows down, arm wrestling, there is this large man, sailor. He's got like an anchor tattooed on his bicep that is like flexing and bulging with his muscles, as these two are locked in an arm wrestling contest. And Torin, before you even describe your character, I need you to make an athletics check.
Of course.
They don't even see you until this contest comes to an end.
Oh, damn it.
I doubt that it's as bad as what I just rolled.
We'll have to see. I rolled a 5. So athletics, you said?
Yeah, athletics.
Okay, I'm really good at this, actually. So that is a 14 total.
14. Okay, that's going to be a 10 total from him. I rolled a natural 3. So struggling, like you can hear like the Dragonborn like beginning to grunt as you can see the man. He's just like grunting, and you can see the vein bulge on his forehead as he's just like. But eventually you see like this muscle, like his arm is now beet red, as eventually it begins to tilt towards the table in favor of the Dragonborn winning. And you can see there's a brief moment where he begins to push the fist of the Dragonborn back up to the center, but then you can see the Dragonborn get this like this reinvigoration of strength and just slam his arm into the table as the man like goes to grab his hand, like, oh, you my hand.
As you hear the Dragonborn laughing.
Yeah. And as you look to the laughing Dragonborn, Torin, please describe your character.
Yeah. As it was stated, I am a Dragonborn. I am golden. I have bright blue eyes. Torin is about 6'5", pretty tall dude. He is muscle bound, but it's really hard to tell with the padded plate armor that is adorning him. Next to him is a large kite shield, and on his side is this hammer kind of dangling down. He has horns that go like kind of straight back, and his scales, any type of light that hits it, kind of like shimmers just a little bit.
Okay. Alrighty. So you all see these two very, very odd gentlemen sort of taking up a lot of the attention in the room. As soon as you recognize them and clock them, you can see Thomas and Fro sprout up and begin to rush towards you. As Morganax, you're trying to get back towards Grace, but you were just cut off before you can get there. As Thomas is like, oh, Morganax, Alec, Varneth, I'm so happy to see you. Oh, please, come here. Fro and I have something we'd love to show you. Please, come. And he's kind of like, Thomas grabs your hand, Morganax, and just starts pulling you towards the table. As Duncan and Grace look over towards you and then go back to yelling at each other.
Yeah, Morganax will go with it, but like she's happy to see them, but she keeps looking over at Duncan and Grace, and she knows the history there, and is like, conflicted.
Yeah. And so Thomas, he just says, okay, the three of you, close your eyes, okay? This is, I'm so excited.
Varneth does so.
Okay, all right.
Morganax does so.
Yep.
All right.
That's the same.
Oh, here we go. And you can hear him wrestling with something, and he sets something down on the table in front of him. And he says, okay, look down and open your eyes. Ooh.
Okay, they open their eyes.
Yep, as you look down and open your eyes, you can see, Kingdoms and Castles cards. You can see one for Morganax, one for Alec, one for Varnest, and one for Cyrus. And
Aw.
these aren't drawn by hand with colored pencils or inks. These are very finely printed. These are official cards. As Thomas looks to you and claps and he says, I sent in some designs and I made some requests and you've been approved. Your Kingdoms and Castles cards now.
Oh my goodness.
And you know the best part? They're already in circulation and, Morganax, I hope you're not mad, but I started releasing them somewhere close to home. So, the first place where these cards are being sold is actually in Hearthcrest.
I can't wait to tell my parents.
Well, they might already know.
Is that really
Barnest,
what
I
look
can't
like?
wait for you to tell Sven.
Aw, he's gonna be so mad and jealous.
Yes, Alec, what did you say?
You can see her, she's like looking at her card. Is that really what I look like?
Is it a good likeness?
It's a little bit more buff than what Alec actually is.
Alec just says, I think there probably should be more blood here, but that's okay. It looks pretty good.
Oh, if you want, you see what they do is they release special edition cards that have an alternate art design on them. They're very expensive, so I can have more blood added, and maybe if you're... Oh, what is that masterfully created headpiece you have? Oh, the wolf pelt and are those dinosaur feathers? Oh!
Oh, yeah, I killed a couple of them when we were in the gemstone. It was wonderful.
And Thomas, slowly turns his head towards Fro and says, Fro, I think I know what the next design is going to start looking like. And you can see Fro is, flipping through a journal and starts, inking in things and says, Alec, it's going to look really good. You have a very nice style. I like it a lot. And, oh, Varnast, is that new armor? That looks so nice.
Thank you.
You're welcome. It
I-
has a little bit of glow to it. That's very nice. And Morganax, there's something different about you, too. Did you change your skin routine?
My soul back.
Oh!
And she's just beaming.
That does
that is a
wonders
lot.
for your skin. I love that. Sorry.
That is really quite wonderful. I think that's really... You got your soul back? Well,
Yeah.
You can.
I hear that does numbers for your skin. Sorry.
Alec is eyeing the table beside them that there's arm wrestling, and she wants to take part.
Yes. Okay. So as Fro's just sketching you, she kind of just follows behind you as she's sketching you out and filling in the colors. As you walk over to the table, and Torin, you can see this elven woman approach the table where you just finished the arm wrestling competition. And Alec, I'd like you to describe your character and let's just repaint the word picture. Let's have Alec, Morganax, and Varnast all re-describe your character. So Torin and Oven can get a very clear mental image of what the two of you are looking like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
With the three of you,
Alec is not as tall as the tall boys out here, but she is pretty tall, though. I think she's about 6'3", 6'2", 6'3". She's up there. She's very well built, very muscular structure. She has a deep tan skin tone, but her face is always painted with some types of runes, some type of war paint, depending on what she's feeling that day. Her hair is a deep auburn red, half braided up one side. The other side is just long, wild, and free. She has deep green eyes, and she freckled all over. A very imposing figure if you don't actually take the time to know her, but then maybe if you get to know her the wrong way, she'll eat your heart out. She carries a large great sword on her back that belonged to her father. And she is dressed in a lot of very light pelts, not really much furs, but more like tanned leather, if you will. But she does have a very exuberant cowl on and dinosaur feathers as well. So very traditional native headpiece, if you will. That is Alec.
Okay. Top two Morganax.
Sorry, Gemma just sent me art and I'm just so squeamish.
Oh,
Thank you.
Oh god, can we do Varnast next? Because I'm fangirling.
Okay, yeah, all right. Do Varnast.
All right, so Varnast is about 5'10" guy in either his he's like early 40s. He's 41. He has thick brown hair along with a decent beard. It's not like a Santa beard by any means, but good strong Viking beard. His armor is like, Joe, I only recently got this, so can you kind of remind me what Mordekaiser's armor kind of looked
Yes.
like?
So it is blackened steel. So it's a very, very dark color. But where like the creases and cracks are, where the plates are kind of lined on top of each other, it currently has this like dull red glow that just sort of like bleeding out onto the blackened plate armor. It's pretty metal. You kind of look like a computer. It's like your RGB's going up.
Nice. Then he's got a blue like captain's coat that goes over it. He has a straight sword at his side, along with a round shield at the back. Kind of picture like Boromir's shield from like Lord of the Rings. And yeah, that's pretty much Varnast. Oh, he also has a few scars on his face. The most noticeable one is like his left ear has like a little chip kind of missing out of it. And yeah,
does he still have a handkerchief around his neck?
No, he does not.
Okay.
So yeah, there's a very nasty scar like right across his throat. Very, very nasty scar.
Yeah.
I totally forgot about that. Thank you, Joe.
You're welcome. I put it there, so it's only fair that I remember.
Yeah, asshole.
All right. Morganix, now that you have some fan art.
Oh, I'm sorry. I freaked out. Okay, Morganix is a ASMR, so she's human, but with a sort of otherworldly quality about her. Very beautiful. Late 20s, early 30s kind of a feel. Long dark hair with sort of like red undertones that hit the light sometimes. Blue eyes. Dressed in shades of indigo and light fabrics and different layers. Kind of like a corset style dress with really tall boots, just in case she needs to, kick. It's a dress, but it's made for fighting. It's made for movement. And she's got her little owl cat on her shoulders or around her neck. And she's got a huge bag, pretty stuffed. No weapon can be seen, but she does have a tiny little buckler shield right now, just sort of attached to her bag.
All right, sounds good. So with that, Vlad and Buddy, I guess I should say.
Oh God.
The two of you are able to recognize these individuals as they do match the descriptions that you've been given of at least 3 of the wardens of Efera. And Torin, you can see that Alex Silverfoot or Schmalik
Ew.
Schmalik Alverfoot, as you were told by the clock merchant during your session point 5. You can see her currently approaching your table.
Yeah, as he pins and starts laughing at the pirate guy, he looks over and goes,
Pirate.
"Oh." Or he had an anchor on his tattoo, right?
Sailor. He was a sailor. Please don't make Varnast do something he'll regret.
I cast inflict wounds at 6th level.
He looks over as Alec gets closer and goes, "Oh, I feel like I know you. Where do I know you?"
Well, they put my face on a card recently.
Really?
Yeah, it's strange, but people play a game with it.
Oh, Kingdoms and Castles, right?
Yeah,
Wait, you're a
the thing.
Kingdoms and Castles card? Hold on, I feel like I know you.
Alec will just wait patiently.
He's like thinking really hard. He has his hands up to his head. Wait a minute. Are you part of the Wardens?
Oh, I am.
Oh. Torin kind of gets up from the seat and kind of bows a little bit, and then he like looks around like kind of nervous. And he's like, "Oh, it's so nice to meet you. I've heard such good things about you and some of the tales. Wow, I can't believe this is wow. Oh, this is great."
Alec is like blinking. Thank you. I am Alex Silverfoot, Flogan Silverfoot, Chief of Conchiato and Warden of Efera. It is great to meet you.
I am Torin. It is very nice to meet you.
Alec will like put her fist to her chest and do a short bow. Well, Torin, I saw your game and it looked like fun. If you wouldn't mind.
Oh, this is amazing. Yeah, of course. Would you like to arm wrestle?
I would.
Oh, good. And he kind of sits there and kind of gets ready.
Okay.
Alec will take a seat.
Alrighty. Two of you settle into the seats, clasp
my character sheet.
arms
Hold up.
together, and
I've been waiting for this moment.
Morgonix is literally like parent herding cats mode. Like she's saying hi to Fro and Thomas, and then she's still kind of looking out for Duncan and Grace. And now she sees Alec doing this, and she's like, "Oh, well, furniture's just gonna break in here today. Never mind."
By the way, as Torin kind of sits down, he does look over to Vlad and kind of just like smiles and points to Alec. He doesn't say anything, but he's like, "Look who it is."
Okay.
Silent and solemn, Vlad looks at Torin and goes, "Just use your right arm, and we'll give Torin bardic inspiration."
Yes.
No.
What's the dice?
It's a D10.
Oh.
He's
Dirty.
been best friend. No, he's been best friends with Torin for a while. He's looking out for his dude.
Only makes sense.
Gotta impress the new people.
Let's do
Heard so much. So.
All right, let's not 20 this baby.
All right. Okay. Alrighty. So with Jesus
Roll my
Christ.
special green dice.
All right. So with that, the two of you sort of lock hands, and with that, Nahara kind of looks to see what's happening, and she sees you, and she kind of runs over and she looks at the table, and she looks at Alec, and she looks at Torin, and she says, "I'm going to come back after this is over. I have a feeling I don't want to see this happen." And she's going to just walk away. "It's good to see you, but I cannot be here for this." And she's going to walk back into the back room. So with that, currently there's nobody here to moderate the arm wrestling competition. So they need somebody to moderate. Who's gonna moderate?
Everyone's afraid of
Everyone-
the table.
Everyone's afraid of the table. All right, this is a street rules arm wrestling match. Then since nobody's
Ovind will remove himself from the stage and usher the person off of it and walk over to begin moderating.
okay. So just to watch, kind of holding the hands in place, making sure that they don't jerk any which way. So you release, and with that, got the count of 3, 2, 1. You begin. So with that, I would like each one of you to go ahead and make an athletics check. So how this is going to work is all you have to do is you need to beat the other person's roll twice in a row.
I feel like I should just do this on Roll20 so people can actually see it.
Roll 20.
I will.
Or
say
not
that
Roll
I will
20,
do-
it's been a hot minute.
I will do the next one on because I
Wow.
already rolled. And I rolled a 3.
Oh, well!
So
roll that D10,
Plus-
my dude.
roll
Roll
a
that
D10.
D10.
So
Get
3
a
plus,
10.
so hold on. So that's
Roll a
12 total.
Oh,
With the D10?
Okay. No. 12 total.
It
And now I'm
rolls.
rolling the D10. That is 16 total.
Okay. Alrighty. So 16 total. With that, you begin to reach and squeeze, and Alec, you have a moment where you think that you're going to win as you're just sort of beginning to like throw his arm down, but then there's this burst of inspiration as he just re-levels and actually ends up tilting the tides to the other side. Alec, he's strong. He is very, very, very strong. You can tell.
He starts just laughing.
Alec, do you rage?
No, man,
Do
this
it.
is friendly.
Come
This is
on.
friendly.
All right.
Come on.
no.
She's just gonna narrow her eyes a little bit and sit up a little straighter.
Okay, yeah, like, oh shit, this is the real deal. All right. So with that, go ahead and make 2 more athletics check each of you, or 1 athletics check each. Oh,
Man,
Alec.
I should be rolling my real life dice. These are tragic.
Oh,
My dude.
Yep, shouldn't have rolled these ones. Should have rolled in person.
Oh.
2 more or just 1 more?
That was it. So it's 2 in a row. They have to
Okay.
beat 2 in a row. So with that, there's a little bit of a struggle as Alec, well, he's big, but you weren't expecting this, and it was just friendly, so you didn't really push yourself too hard. But with that, with 2, you put up a fair fight, but not raging and not expecting this much. Ends up not throwing your arm, but tapping the back of your hand, the palm of your hand, onto the table, and winning.
Okay. Like I said, she, not totally friendly. Didn't feel like she needed to rage. She doesn't know this person. She's not trying to break his fucking arm.
What energy to bring to a table?
Yeah, no. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Alec was just like, as soon as her hand touches the table, she just kind of grins and she says, "Very good job. Thank you. It has been some time since I have been, I think, humbled is the right word." And she'll, extend her hand forward.
His cheeks do light up a little bit with fire underneath, as a blush, as he goes, "Oh well, you're very, very strong. I feel like you were holding back a little bit. I feel like you could have definitely beaten me. But that was fun." And he's gonna extend his hand for a handshake as well.
Well, sometimes it's not always about winning.
That is true. But sometimes it's really fun to win.
This is true, but it is also fun to lose because you learn in the process.
This is also true. Wow, you are so wise.
You are very kind.
Thank you.
Are you from Efera? You said you
no.
know who I am. I assume you found the cards, right?
No, actually, my friend and I, and he points to Vlad, we traveled from Bromsgrove, and well, just kind of looking for a new start almost. And well, we ran into some guy at the docks who sells clocks, and he told us about you guys, and I had heard some stories, a little bit here and there. Um, but yeah, it's so nice to meet you. Also, I think we're going on an adventure together. I'm not really sure.
Oh, Oh, I broke one of his clocks today.
Oh, oh, yeah. They were a little cheap looking.
Well, I figured, if you needed to tell the time, you simply can look up in the sky, but I got this chain from it, which was kind of nice. An adventure, I'm sorry, Are we supposed to know each other?
Well, I don't think we're supposed to. I think we're eventually supposed to know each other.
Alec is giving him a very confused look. And
He sees the confused look and goes, "I'm also confused all the time."
And Alex, her eyes will lift up to the man that's standing over them. Are you two friends?
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Yeah, this is Vlad.
Oop.
Sorry,
I did not mean to
Alec
click on
hits him
that.
with a stare.
No,
Takes 7 points of radiant damage. Oh,
I was clicking the wrong thing. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes. We are quite close. Grace Baines is our contact. We're going to the Bloody Mesa soon. A new start is not exactly what we're looking for. But we know you might as well know us. I am Vladimir the Seer, a traveling merchant looking for, well, oddities and other amazing items. There's something that belongs to me that is in the Bloody Mesa. Grace said that she could bring us, and Torin, my friend and traveling companion, who you arm wrestled with, we have traveled a great distance and overcome some unavoidable violence in order to be here. Determination is very keen, but we have heard great words about you all, and anticipate the journey will be something of an adventure.
I see. This is a lot. I thank you both for your very kind words. This is very new to me still. Not that I don't appreciate it. It's not something that I am used to. But
Well, from what I've seen, Torin's got you beat. I hope you're better in the field. And he'll get up and he'll go back to the stage.
Doran
just go
gives
back to
Vlad, like, this
performing.
look of like, why did you say that? Oh, don't worry about him. He's sometimes a little strange. It's just his whole thing.
Lauren, I think we need to play a few more rounds.
Oh, I would love to.
Alec will sit down and like put her hand on the table.
Alrighty. So the two of you continue to arm wrestle, and it's fair enough to say, even without rolling, the two of you are both fairly matched. In terms
For
of
sure.
in terms of strength, both right. Torin, you're at 20 strength, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, the two of you are fairly matched. And eventually, after a while of arm wrestling, you call it a tie, as you are, well, like I said, fairly matched with one another.
Wow. My arm hurts.
Oh, I'm sorry. We could continue. I mean, I feel fine. But if you need to stop, we can.
If you feel fine. No, yeah, I'm fine. Let's go.
They continue, Joe.
Got it. Okay.
Like, I feel like Morganix is like a sad, annoyed mom as her child has completely run off and made new friends.
No, Morganix is still just trying to get over to Duncan.
Okay. As Fro keeps stopping you, he's like, just please wait, pause for 1 second. Let me get. Okay. Let me just get a little sketch. Oh, you have a new cat owl. Oh, it's so cute. I love it. Okay. She's just like sketching you, like being like, no, you need to stay in the light.
I love her so much.
And eventually, you are able to break away as she finishes her sketching and allows you to pass, as I'm assuming you and Varnast both head to
Duncan.
head to Duncan and Grace.
Yep. Yeah, man. Varnas was just reorganizing his deck to add himself into it.
Oh, that's so funny. What a power play. Don't tell Sven the next time you play with him, and just,
Yeah.
I'm gonna play Varnast Talmaru, and Sven's gonna be like, what?
Make that happen.
That would require Sven to come back.
True.
Oh. Okay, so
Anyway.
the two of you make your way towards the two, well, individuals, the two older individuals sitting by themselves in the back corner. Now, definitely less yelling at each other, but still definitely some yell shouting happening, or some whisper shouting happening, as the two of them are just kind of bantering back and forth.
I am just going to impose my company on them and just march up and say, "You must be Grace. We've heard so much about you. I'm so happy to finally meet you."
I will not. You did that. Hello, darling. It's great to meet you. Please come join us. Sit. I would love a break from the conversation.
How's Duncan looking? He looking rough?
Yeah.
Is he
very.
bloodied yet?
Oh yeah, he's bloodied, all right.
Yeah, Morgonix will just sit right down with them.
Okay. All right. So you sit down with them, and he just looks at you very graciously, and saying thank you on his eyes.
Varnast will take a seat as well.
Okay. Alrighty, cool. So that happens. The group, the two of you sit down with the two of them, and Grace introduces herself. And she says, the name is Professor Grace. And just Grace is fine. I was once a tenured professor at the College of Hearthcrest, but I decided to pursue a more, well, exciting career path.
Do I know her, or is that before my time?
That would have been before your time, because
Maybe.
even if Morgonix would have gone to the boarding school, she would never have had Professor Baines. Either one of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
I will still say, my parents both work at the college. I wonder if you've ever met either of the Amela professors.
Yes, I have. The two of them were in my classes together, and well.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, they were good students. They well, let's just say there were multiple occasions where they were a little late to class, and
Oh dear God.
yes, apparently they were snogging in the
No.
hallway.
Oh no, that's.
Oh, is that too much information, dear?
No, I can believe that fairly easily. Gross. Yeah. Forgot where I was going with that one. I'm Morgonix. Nice to meet you.
Yes. Professor Grace. Wonderful to meet you as well. Shakes your hand, and turns to you, Varnast. And I'm assuming then you must be Varnast Halmaru, right?
Correct.
Pleasure to meet you as well. Shakes your hand.
Likewise. He returns it.
Well, so I'm assuming then the two of you would like to know a little bit of information about where you're heading.
Yes. What's the plan?
Well, it is rather simple, at least initially. You see the two over there, the Dragonborn and the Half-Orc. We've already been in conversation about what they would like to do, as they also are hoping to head into the Bloody Mesa. And from what Duncan has told me, well, I fear that where you plan on heading, where you want to go, is rather dangerous. And I want you to know the dangers before you go. I understand that if your situation is as dire as theirs, then, well, you're most likely going to want to go regardless, but still. I want you to understand the dangers you're about to be walking into.
Fair enough.
As she slowly begins to start to explain the dangers that exist within the Bloody Mesa, that is where we're going to go ahead and take our break. Just
Oh, thank God, I got a
quick.
piece
Yes,
of
yes,
it.
yes, 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 yes. So as she's just about to say it, the camera cuts to black, and we fade to a break. So with that, we'll be right back in about 5, maybe 10 minutes. And yes, so be sure to tune in. Be sure to return. We will be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are back, and we're just going to dive right back into the game. So, picking up where we had left off, our group of adventurers had just reacquainted with themselves. They had what in the world?
What?
Sorry, there was a weird thing that was happening. What? I'm sorry.
There's a masturbation joke to be made there, but I'm gonna take the high road.
Okay.
They're reacquainted with themselves.
Sorry, there is something weird happening with the tokens for some odd reason.
Oh.
What? I'm so confused. Anyway, the Wardens of Efera were able to acquaint themselves with these new and strange individuals. For one, they were able to reacquaint themselves with old friends, but also these two very strange new allies of Vladimir, the traveling merchant, and Torin, the gold dragonborn. After having a fair bit of fun interaction with the group, Morganix and Varnast head off to speak with Grace and Duncan. Now, there's a brief bit of interaction between Morganix and Grace that is fairly terrible for Morganix, hearing about the active relationship her parents had before.
It's nothing she didn't know, but it's not, it's been nice to have a vacation away from it. Yeah.
Yeah. So with that, you now sit down and Grace tells you that there is danger out there in the Bloody Mesa, and she wants you to be very aware of what exactly may be awaiting you.
When she starts getting into this, I'll kind of head over to the table where Alec is and be like, Grace is going to tell us about the Bloody Mesa. Could you two take a break?
I feel like they're still, in the middle, their arms are locked in. Yes, I can take a break in one moment. Alec wants to finish this one more round. And then, whoever wins, maybe they come to a stalemate. She'll get up.
Mm-hmm.
Torin, if you're going to be traveling with us, perhaps you should hear this as well. And your friend?
Yeah. He looks over at Morganix and goes, "Oh, wow, another warden. Awesome." And he gets up and walks over to Vlad and gets Vlad.
Morgan is so confused.
Oh, they are people that seen our face and know who we are. But not in a bad way. They are going to be traveling with us. I think Grace knows them.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I was also confused.
Right.
But I think they're going to be going with us through the Bloody Mesa. They are searching for something. I'm not sure what.
Okay, well, nice to meet you both.
Oh, it's very nice to meet you.
I'm Morganix.
Torin, and this is points to Vlad.
Vlad.
Nice to meet you. Do you guys want to join us?
Yes. Yeah.
We should.
Okay, head back over.
Okay. Sit down, and with everybody sitting around the table, Grace begins to speak to the group of you. Now, Vlad and Torin, some of this information is familiar to you, as you've already heard it. But other bits and pieces of the information seem to be new things that she's learned just in the past couple of days that you've been waiting to depart. So, conversation picks up, and she says, "So, before you go, I just want you to know the dangers that you'll be walking into. So, for one, this land, the Bloody Mesa. Obviously, having Alec here with you, and the interactions you've had with the natives before, you should be aware of the lingering history that exists there. Dark magic, the Cree and Casa tribes, correct?"
I am aware, but my friends may not be.
Well, in brief, the Cree and Casa tribes were two separate tribes that existed within the Mesa Desert region of Efera. Together they ruled separately from one another, but still, they ruled. Now, the Casa tribes, they oversaw most of the society, while the Cree tribes were subservient to them. Not long ago, the Cree tribes got fed up, and they revolted. They turned their backs on their leaders. Same as if, for example, if Nahara here were to turn her back on Alec, wished to become the leader of those worshippers of Astitia. So, that happened. Now, the leader of the Cree tribes knew that he couldn't do it on his own, so he entreated dark magics, even darker than what he had been using before. That blood magic that some of you may be familiar with. Well, he decided to entreat these dark forces, and he was gifted strength and magic unparalleled to anything that the Casa had, or ever would have. That man still lives to this day. And as Duncan has told me, you've had various interactions with him. The gnoll named Korvak. He was, and I suppose still is, the leader of the Cree tribes. Now, that is the first thing. And if I am understanding correctly, this is information that all of you are already familiar with because of Duncan's... She kind of stares at him. Adventures.
Correct.
Good. This next part, I don't think you'll know, and it's information that disturbs me to this day. Ever since doing the math a few months ago. By the way, thank you, Unexpected Watermelon, for the follow.
Yay!
I love Unexpected Watermelon.
Me too. So here's the most concerning thing that I can share with you. Aside from the immense amount of power that Korvak wields, there are two things to worry about. For one, the gnolls are not the only creatures that exist within the Bloody Mesa. There are also hordes of sentient undead that wander throughout the Mesa. They tend to stick to their own, staying underground, or sticking to their pyramids or great, marvelous structures. Very rarely do they interact with the gnolls, and they fend them off regardless. Their cities, their monuments are located in the northern reaches of the Mesa anyway. We won't be anywhere near them, but it's important to know that they're there. The thing that's most concerning to me, and I believe you would have seen this happen during the Revolution, the gnolls have an ability to take the dead, whether they be native or not, and change them. Turn them into these creatures, these undead, these gnolls. They take living, breathing people, sap the life out of them, and then transform them into monstrous creatures.
I'm looking at Duncan during this insight check. Do I get the feel that he has not told her?
Oh, no insight check necessary. No, he is not.
Disapproving. Morgonix is disapproving.
He's disappointed in himself. It makes you feel any better.
It doesn't.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
It's okay. So she says, now here, honestly, is what bothers me most. Before the gnolls attacked New Efera, this city had a population of 750,000 to 800,000 people that existed within the walls. After the attack, and after the toll of the dead, do you know how many bodies were found and how many living people were found?
How many?
Do we?
No, you haven't been given that number.
All right.
15,000 people were found, bodies or alive. That leaves 735,000 dead, unaccounted for.
So they have an army, is what you're saying.
That is what the math points to, and if so, they have one of the largest armies that have ever been amassed in one continent, period. Now, I understand with whatever you need to find in this bloody mesa, whatever Duncan says is necessary in this place, I understand that, well, there's no options here. You either go or you fail. So, regardless, I'll be coming with you, guiding you on your journey to make sure that you don't fall into a sand pit eaten by a worm. But I want you to know the dangers. Especially now. These are dark times we live in. Well, it's dangerous to travel outside of city walls. Especially there.
We are committed to the task of going forward. This is something we must do.
And I will do anything to protect my people.
Which raises a question. And Varnast will look over to Vlad and Torin. Why are you two coming exactly?
Between great money and a personal purpose, there's something that I'm looking for.
What is that?
Yes.
I said, what is that?
Oh, what? Well, it's none of your concern.
Feel like it might be if we're going in there together.
Whatever it is, I do hope that it is worth potentially dying for.
I would walk the ends of the earth for this.
All right, then I suppose you have your answer, Morgonix.
Hang on, that's one of them. What about you? Looking to Torin.
Torin just looks over and kind of smiles a little bit and just goes, "Oh, well, I'm just traveling with him and we're good friends, so figured I'd go along to make sure he doesn't die. But I did find out some information here recently, and he does pull out this pendant. One side is a symbol. What is the symbol again? Sorry.
Of the
I
children
know
of-
the other symbol. Yeah.
The Children of the
that one.
Flame.
So one side is the symbol of the Children of the Flame. He goes, "Oh, sorry, not this symbol," and he kind of fumbles and turns it around. Actually, after talking with Professor Baines here, I didn't know anything about
Professor
the symbol
Grace.
at all. But
Professor Grace.
sorry.
It's fine.
Yeah, sorry. Anyways, this symbol, Professor Grace, said that is she's seen in the Bloody Mesa, and don't know what it is, but I've had this pendant ever since. You can see Torin kind of like looks off and like kind of blacks out a little bit, and then just like rubs his eyes and goes, "Well, I've had this pendant for a very long time. But yeah, so new information, that's always good, right?"
We recognize that, right, Joe? Or do we?
The
No, I don't think you do.
symbol-
Like, why
no.
would we?
Yeah, never mind.
The other one, no, you don't. And Grace does say that, yes. So Duncan told me of two caves that you wish to head towards. For one, there is the Bloody One's home, which was the original home of the Cree tribes. And then there is the Caves of the Lost. The Caves of the Lost is exactly where those two are headed as well. I did some research, and there is only two caves of note that have skulls carved into the stone above the wall. One is a mine that was marked for death, cursed, and the other one was a religious sanctum, a place where the Kree would go to commune with their dead, where they would cross a border into undeath to commune with their most holy. And I believe that, well, this may have some information on this, not only on Korvac, but also on this Heartsbane, as Duncan told me. And Duncan knows this place as well. This is, well, and Grace kind of stops, and Duncan speaks up and says, it is, I hadn't realized it when I had been talking with all of you, but Grace's memory has always been better than mine. It's the same cave where we found Jalissa.
Oh.
She was such a small child at the time, she doesn't remember any of it. I messaged her just to be sure, but nothing.
We must be careful where we walk.
Yes,
Because
Oh, sorry. Go on.
Oh, she was just gonna say, we must be careful where we walk because this is. Be it cursed, there is sacred ground somewhere in there. Lost, maybe, but sacred.
Oh, we aren't alone in our search. In the evening, by my spiritual means, I saw someone, mainly gnolls. But from what I was trying to look for in this cave we speak of, if you're capable with gnolls, I understand that. But they were with someone with bandaged eyes, dark cloaks, carrying himself as some sort of prophet or leader of some sort. He had a terrible power about him. Bandaged around his eyes, dark hat, deep in cloak. There's an estranged marriage between this dark entity and the Gnoll people, and we're about to go into the hive of it.
Duncan, does this sound familiar? What is he speaking of?
well, Duncan's going to make a history check. Grace is going to make one too. And you can see in this moment...
Can I mark one? I'm proficient.
Yeah, sure. You can attempt. But the two of them kind of lean over to one another, and they start to talk back and forth to one another, just making ideas, saying things to each other, and kind of starting to get on a little bit of a...
I don't know shit.
Oh my god. What was that, like, bass drop that happened? What?
I don't know.
Great. Love the horn.
Scared me a little bit.
That was a critical failure, my dude.
Yeah,
I was like, it wasn't me. What wasn't me?
Okay.
I had Taco Bell for lunch. Sorry.
Ooh, okay, that is a... So Duncan's going to roll with advantage as him and Grace are in harmony for once. Like, they're actually talking back and forth and not yelling at each other. So that's a 19 and an 18. Ooh, yeah. So that would be a... For Duncan, that would be a 31.
Jeez.
All right.
Okay.
Wait a minute.
Y'all drop the ball sometimes.
We all have bad days.
Yeah. as
Everybody
him and
gets a
Roll higher, Duncan. Jeez.
him and Grace sort of stop talking at the same time and look at each other. You don't think it is? No, it can't be. There's no way it could. No. Grace.
Professors, will you please share with the rest of the class?
Oh, yes. And the two of them kind of break eye contact away from one another, and like they were like deeply staring in each other's eyes over this shared discovery. And Grace kind of looks away and looks down at the ground. Yes, we think that. I was going to say if you you can go. No, it's very obvious you would like to say. No, I'm sorry. I'll
Could one of you just
Go
speak,
on.
please?
Yes. And Duncan kind of raises his hand and is a little shaky. I reached out to an old colleague of mine at the college. Well, Morgonix, you may have met him before, maybe had a class with him. He teaches some of the more higher level classes in relation to ancient histories. Headmaster Tatiana. He is the headmaster of the School of Ancient Histories. And I reached out to him for some information on people that have known to have relation to dark entities, dark figures. There was a book he referred to me, and, well, I had been speaking of it with Grace upon our arrival. And, well, some 350 or so years ago, there was a woman who worked at the college, a Serlina Farron, and she had made many discoveries and accounts of entities or people serving dark ones, or any entity that seemed to coincide with that knowledge, that entity that was all-consuming outside of existence. And there was an account in there of a man. At one point in time, he was a cleric, a fighter for good and law in life. And it's very disturbing because the descriptions match up with someone that we'd seen before in the Bloody Mesa. I hadn't thought his name was Father Parido. He served and fought next to what at the time would have been a young boy named Brahm. Brahm would have died, sacrificing himself to save hundreds of thousands of people, to give them time to escape. Brahm, in that moment, the Weave chose him, ascended him to godhood. Brahm became Pelor, the Dawn Father, the Lord of Light. And thus the city Brahmsgrove was named after him. Father Parido was a man fighting with him, a good friend of Brahm. But apparently he was disturbed by this revelation. And he saw that even though a man he trusted and loved fought with on the battlefield, even after years of him being ascendant to godhood, nothing changed. The world stayed the same. There was still evil and there was still good, and the evil fought twice as hard as the good. And it said in Selina's book that Parido, he served an entity known as Heartsbane. The same one that the Knolls served. he would... He didn't... Apparently what Paraido wanted wasn't great power or honor or wealth. He wanted it to be over. Even if that meant everything was gone, at least there was no pain or suffering anymore. If there was nothing, then there could be no evil. When Grace and I first began our expeditions into the Bloody Mesa, back when we were both, would have been only associate professors at the time, at the college, we met a man with bandaged eyes. He was kind to us, but he warned us to stay away from many places. Told us to live our lives and go in peace. He was a kind man. But then there were stories we heard from others in our expedition, where we fought Korvac and escaped with barely our lives. Some of them fought a man with bandaged eyes, and although he was blinded, could hit a gnat from a mile away. So, yes, to answer your question, we have a pretty good idea of who that is. And as
Is this going to be a problem?
Well, it's hard to say. And Grace just kind of looks at him and shakes her head. Yes, it's a problem. Listen, it's very clear to me that all of you are very strong. Duncan is still a great wizard, and I am not without my talents as well. But in the research that I've done, and now starts to come to light, these 13, these servants of this Dark One, which for a long time I thought was just stories that this Serlina had made up in order to sell as many books as she could to receive an honorary doctorate. No, apparently it was real. They were great warriors, politicians, wizards, scoundrels. They were powerful in life. And this Dark One, they twist them, corrupt them, and gift them power beyond anything that I can comprehend. So maybe all, 7 of us could take on Father Paraido. But who's to say some of the other 13 aren't already with him?
Grace, I respect and understand every word you said. And it is important to know your enemy. And now we do. I feel as though it's safe to say everyone at this table, and I can only say so much for our new friends. But I stand before you unafraid. I think I've stopped fearing the moment we step foot into the abyss. If we can do that, if we can do half of the things that we've done, I do not doubt this man's power. It's not what I am trying to say. But this needs to be done. We have a reason to be there, and we cannot turn away now. So I am unafraid. As I said before, we all bleed.
And Imariel has taught me how to make servants of the Dark One bleed in particular.
I would. Sorry. I'm with Alec. I've trained most of my life. Well, that I can remember. Behind the Children of the Flame. And, not to be that person, but I've always wanted to fight a dark friend. I don't fear this. We're pretty powerful, right? You look it. You all look it. I know I'm kind of okay in combat. We'll be fine.
Lord, you are strong. I know this in the short time that I have met you.
Thank you.
And if you want this, and you understand the risk, then I will happily fight by your side.
Torn gives a large smile and says, well, if you would have me, I would gratefully help you all with whatever you need. And, of course, Vlad and I are headed there, so might as well, do it together.
Duncan, can I just have a quick word with you in private?
Of course, of course. Excuse me, Grace. Oh, and the rest of you. Also, excuse
We'll be
me.
right back.
Yeah.
Just put a pin in this. We'll be right back.
Okay.
Would you like to arm wrestle again?
I would indeed.
I'm gonna kind of lead Duncan into a corner.
Yeah.
And say, Duncan, you have to tell her. You can't let her go into this blind. You'll regret it forever. And you're going to have knowledge of some of what's coming up that she's really going to wonder how you got.
I will.
I will be there for you if you want me to.
No, I need to tell her alone.
Okay. I just needed to be sure.
I missed her so much, Morganix. And I feel like she hates me.
I don't think she does. I think you guys have a lot of baggage to unpack. And we're going to be together for a while, so you might have a chance to do that. But if you don't start it on an honest foot, it'll never be done.
What if she doesn't look at me the same way? I mean, I was one of them.
That wasn't your fault. Don't focus on what you were there. Focus on what you've come back from. And what you are and what you are doing and what you have overcome.
You're right, my dear. Sorry, it just, yes.
You don't need to be sorry.
I don't know.
Duncan, it's okay. And if she's mean to you, we'll just leave her for dead in a cave somewhere.
Oh, no.
She's totally joking, by the way.
No, if she's mean to me, I deserved it. I'm going to make it up to her, and it starts with being honest.
You're not who you used to be. None of us are. We're all growing through this. But it'll be easier if you're not trying to grow through stone. And being honesty will pull the stone from the dirt, so to speak. It might hurt, it might be uncomfortable, But whatever grows there anew will be purer for it.
And he smiles and says, all right. You're right. Tonight, before we leave the next morning, I'll tell her.
I'm here for you if you need anything.
Yes, well, very well may need a shoulder to cry on.
I'm here for that.
Yes.
Let's go back.
Let's go. That Duncan sits down, and all of you sitting around the table. Duncan does say, before all of you disperse and head off in different directions in the tavern, he does say, before we go, I just think that, and he may look different now, but before we leave in the morning, we should all have an eye out for him. If memory serves correctly, this is something similar to what he looks like. And Duncan is going to go ahead and use, you know what? He's going to sleep tonight. He'll use Major Image and just kind of create like a full height entirety, full 3-dimensional detail apparition of Father Parido in the inn, which very obviously is a magical effect, so nobody's like, he's here! But all of you see a man.
Thomas probably sharts just a little bit, I'm guessing.
Oh, yeah. As you see Father Parido standing there. Yeah, which Ryan got Andy art. Father
Oh,
Parido.
yeah, I did.
Oh, God.
Only today, right?
Yeah, he officially colored it today, so it's perfect timing.
Oh, which is so funny. Which now, obviously, I'm going to have to go through and I'm going to have to purchase every single one of the members of the 13 now in Andy art, too.
Yeah, sorry, homie.
Oh, that's okay. Oh,
Very
God.
wild.
Before we disperse, I'll ask Grace, the journey there, what can we anticipate in that? How long will it be? Are we going on foot? Are we purchasing beasts?
That's all taken care of. We'll be riding horses to a small city on the border of the, village is a better word. It was a pit stop for us, always. A small city named Nazunet. And then from there, we'll trade our horses for lizards. Or camels, whichever they have more available. Lizards are faster, but they require more food.
Okay.
And in terms of the journey, from here to the border, it's maybe 2.5 days. Then from Nazunet to the Cave of the Lost, it just depends on if there's any sandstorms. But at the very minimum, we should be there within a week or 2 of setting out. It's a straight line.
Should we anticipate any foes on the road? Bandits or monstrosities?
Bandits, no. Gnolls, yes. Undead, maybe. And for our sake, I hope we run into no purple worms. Or any colored worm, for that matter. In case you're not familiar, sort of looking to maybe Alec and Torin, not in a mean way, but in like a, you two don't look like you know what a U-worm is.
No, Alec, this is not, she was taught very basic about other tribes. She got the gist to history, but, when it comes to, their actual environment, nah. This is her home right here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Torin doesn't know anything.
Bless.
Oh, precious.
So yeah, she'll begin to describe sort of massive sandworms that linger beneath the stone and the sand that are the size of cities. That spend most of their time hibernating or sleeping, but are known to consume, entire caravans of people in one go, and then sink down beneath the sand. She says, now, there are places that I know where they're more likely to come up, and we're avoiding all of those places. So, knock on wood, we shouldn't run into any on our journey. But if you hear me say, Be quiet. Don't move at all. I don't care what it is. I don't care if you're being shot at, if you are being slashed or attacked. The worm cannot see. It uses echolocation. It uses vibrations in the sand. If you don't move, it won't eat you. Do I make myself perfectly clear?
Very clear. Yes.
Perfectly.
Yes. Perfectly.
Good.
Torin does lean over to Vlad and whisper, I mean, it does sound pretty cool, though. Like, honestly.
Avoid it if you can. If we
I
can't,
know.
we have dinner.
Yeah.
Amazing. All right.
Are there any supplies we should purchase before leaving in the morning?
As I said, my dear, I have it all handled. I've made this trip many times. I know what we need, even for individuals like looking towards Torin, looking towards Vladimir, and looking towards Alec. Very large entities that need a lot of calories. And just for dramatic effect, Duncan will use another major image just because he's got the spell slot. And he'll illustrate the purple worm and in its prime. Wow, wow, wow.
Oh, fun.
Torin just goes, wow, it's so cool out here.
Yeah,
Is Thomas
that's
okay?
the word we'll go with.
Thomas isn't even looking at your table anymore. He's like, no, I won't look. No.
Owen will see this and look over at Thomas, who he's had a few interactions with, and will minor illusion a small bunny hopping across the table.
Aw.
Yeah. Yeah. Love bunnies. And Fro, meanwhile, was like staring at the evil monstrosities that were being summoned. She was like, it's so cool. Thomas, look. Oh, stop being such a baby. Look at it. It's so cool. And Thomas is like, no. Oh, bunny. Oh, hello.
I will go plop Minerva into his arms.
Oh, that's a bunny, and there's the kitty cat too. Oh, and you will have look at that. You have quite the wings on you. Your face is so cute. Look at the little beak. Oh. You guys have the coolest pets.
You do.
Wish I had a pet.
Okay. Anything else?
Not that I know of.
I need to go see Galadar.
Very well. Well,
When are we leaving in the morning?
bright and early. Before dawn, actually. We want to make sure that we're out on the road and traveling before the sun gets too high.
Understood.
We'll be ready.
One last show, then.
Does anyone here like drinking?
Oh, God.
Oren,
Well,
Yeah. What?
3.
Well, I just thought that maybe we could
3.
get to know each other.
3. When you get to 4, Torin gets to snore. You get to 5, he wants to hit a beehive. We came up with this rhyme because of your drinking.
Okay, it's not that extensive. It's not.
I remember when the ship began to sink and we didn't know what it was. Torin thought he could fight a boat. He looks over at the rest of the crew. He didn't like the way the boat looked at him.
Okay,
That
that's a little exaggerated.
is number 8. Torin fights God, is what we have called it.
That doesn't rhyme.
It doesn't
Well,
rhyme.
it does not. We couldn't come up with rhymes at that point in time.
Okay, how about this? How about
He winks.
how about we get drinks and I have water?
No, you can drink, Torin.
What?
One
this
is
whole
fun.
conversation.
No. One is fun. 2, you throw a shoe. 3, no, you throw somebody else's, and sometimes they're in it
That's
still.
always fun.
This is very entertaining. Are you always this way?
Who, me?
Which one of us?
Both?
No.
I think so. Well, me. I'm always myself.
I have only recently been like this.
Because of me.
Have you
Sure.
known each other long? It seems as though you are good friends.
No. 3
You're-
months, 4, maybe 5.
I mean, that's pretty long for me.
A lot can happen in 5 months.
Yeah.
A
I
lot
was just-
more than 50
glad.
years.
Well, that's true. Glad I was just suggesting that we could get drinks and kind of, I don't know, get to know each other.
3.
All right, I won't go past 3. I promise.
Very well.
Unless someone buys the 4th one.
3.
Fine.
Torin.
Amazing.
Okay, I'll buy the first round, though. Whoever wants to drink, of course.
One last show, though.
I'll take one.
I'm gonna go see Galadar, but I'll catch up with you guys later.
Sounds good.
Okay.
DM, I would like to buy a drink for anybody who's staying here.
Yeah, sure. So we'll just say that for the night, for anybody that wants to buy one, just mark off 2 gold. And that's about how much you spend for anybody who wants to drink.
That's for everybody?
For everybody, yeah. I mean, a pint would only cost you about a silver anyway, so they're a little up priced too.
Will Varnas arm wrestle after he's had a drink?
Not his style.
Wow.
Wow. Okay, all right. If there's nothing else in the tavern, we will head to the. We'll head to Morgonix looking for Galadar. Burp, 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 and burp. Okay, so Morgonix, you make your way out of the tavern, and you head towards where, a grove that Galadar had said that you would recognize.
I once pillaged, most soundly.
Yes, so the same area where you and Galadar had your last conversation before heading to the Gemstone Archipelago. You remember that it was one small patch of beauty, one small patch of undestroyed, uninterrupted nature. As you begin to make your way there, you can see the sounds of, or you can see people beginning to make their way home after a long day of working, trying to repair and fix these buildings to breathe life back into the city. And you can see them doing so. Same as vines and nature will overgrow cities and stone if they're not kept away. Life is creeping back into this place, one day at a time. And as you make your way in to that courtyard, you can see something, something strange. You hadn't spoken with Galadar in about 3 weeks, the amount of time that it took you to travel from the Gemstone Archipelago to here. And as you enter into that courtyard where you were, you see something very interesting. You see, looks to be a statue of some kind, sitting atop a fountain. You can see many of the buildings have been cleared out that were destroyed, and new ones are being erected. Long columns and rows, like that of some type of public building, as you see something very similar to this. As you make your way in,
A black screen, but I'm sure it's pretty.
the god rays are actually very pretty. As you step through,
This is the Silver Rose's old house, isn't it?
no, that was a New Verdalka.
That was New Verdalka.
Oh, okay. I was confused.
That's okay. Yeah, this is the place where you and Galadar had met the last time before you left for the Gemstone Archipelago.
Okay, I was all messed up. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So you enter into the area and you can see that statue, and the statue is of a woman with angelic feathery wings, holding a torch in one hand, lifting it up, and a book in the other. And there's an odd likeness to the face, as you can hear footsteps on stone approaching. As you hear Galadar say, "Well, I hadn't seen you in a while, so I hope that the likeness is right."
That's me?
Yes, that's you. Me and Ezekiel, we wanted to thank you for what you've done. Not just us, but others in the seven heavens of Mount Celestia wanted to be able to thank you somehow for the sacrifices you made in order to do what you did. So, well...
Oh.
Well, it's just not the statue. My dear, take a walk with me. I've been hard at work.
Okay.
With that, he kind of reaches his arm out for you to walk with him.
I'll take it.
And you begin to walk through the screen. You begin to walk through the hallways and rooms, and you can see large open areas with wooden shelves being erected all throughout it. Gardens and fountains, small waterfalls, trees, flora and fauna. You started all of this as a librarian. And well, sadly, Morganix, I think your life might not ever go back to being that simple. But myself, Ezekiel, and, well, someone very special to you herself wanted to reward you for breaking away from that life to do something much more difficult. And so, with the help of a few celestial friends, we've begun constructing on this library. This library which we hope to be the crown jewel of New Efera one day. A library, Morganix, which will be named after you. The Amela Library. I think it has a good ring to it, don't you?
Oh. But Galadar. I mean, you had to force me into it. My motivations in the end. I mean, some of it came from a selfish place. I just wanted to. I wanted to save myself just as much as anything else.
And kind of laughs and says, "No one, not even myself, does everything for others. If I'm being entirely honest, I wanted to restore my divinity so I could fight with you just as much as I wanted to be able to return home. But Morgonix, the difference between you and someone who is self-obsessed is they only care about themselves. Or they care about others less than they care about themselves. And by all accounts, Morgonix, most of the time you either put others in front of yourself or you hold yourself at an equal playing field. You're right. You didn't choose this life. This life chose you, but what you've chosen to do with it is, well, it's wonderful. You've made hard decisions, and you continue to do so. But you do them from a place of love and kindness and respect for those around you. And this way, after you've finished with all this hero business, you'll have a library that they can't turn you away from.
I don't feel worthy of this.
Well, it'll probably take a few more months to finish construction, so you have a few months to adjust to it. But, Morgonix, you are more worthy. More worthy than anyone.
You're sure she's dead, right? She can't come back this time.
Absolutely positive. Ayun herself made sure of it. She's gone, Morgonix. And it's because of you that she is.
I think I'm still coming to terms with that a little. Is Ezekiel okay?
You see Galadar sigh for a moment, and sort of look away and nod and say, "Yes, he is. But I'm very glad that you arrived when you did. Not a moment later, and I don't know where he'd be. He's alive, and he's being tended to, but that scythe that she wielded, it did damage, irreparable damage. But he'll live, and he still has his divinity."
That's good. I think the two of you are the closest to understanding what I've been through. I think you guys needed closure with her as much as I did. Did you get it?
I did, and so did Ezekiel. That chapter of our lives is done now. And, well, Morgonix, I think that this brings me to my last point. Do you know why ASMR are given angelic guides?
I used to think about it a lot as a kid, but it came more from a place of why me? Like, I understand on paper that we have some sort of angelic heritage. I'm not sure which parent it comes from, but I think either of them would have been better suited to the whole thing than I was. You scared me to death. I just wanted to be normal. And you wouldn't let me.
Exactly. Exactly right. Wouldn't let you. You see, Morganix, the reason that you were chosen, the reason that I was there with you, that I pushed you to do the things that I pushed you to do was, well, Ayun is the great knowing mistress. She sees things that others cannot even begin to comprehend. And there are things she sees with the powers of foresight. She knows that someone may be great. She's not sure why, she's not sure how, but she knows that they will be. And so they assign us to them, these people. These gods, they gift these young children with angelic blood, so they may better carry out their mission. And we go along with them, pushing and nudging them in the right direction to make sure they stay on the righteous path. They fulfill whatever destiny or prophecy or foresight they must. And then they are allowed to retire, to go away once they serve their purpose. The voice leaves them. They've found the righteous path and they no longer need it. Which isn't exactly the case in your situation. You see, Morganix, you are special. As I told you when you were very little, you are very special. So much so that now, according to the knowing mistress, you are beyond my guidance.
Don't say that.
I will still be your friend. I will still watch over you when I can, but from now on, because of the deeds you've accomplished, Morganix, whenever you don't know what to do, or you need to talk to someone, you no longer speak to me. You speak to her.
Oh.
And I am very proud of you.
How do I do that? And what if I want to speak to you? You're so far away.
I know. I don't have an answer for that last one, but if you wish to speak to her, you would do it the same way you would speak to me. So, you reach out and hope, same as me, that she would be available to speak. I wasn't always there. I tried to be as much as I could, but I think the reason that she's doing this is because she trusts you. Not to abuse this like other followers were. Like other followers would. You are capable and you are wise. You are smart. So she knows that when you reach out, it will be absolutely dire.
Would have to be. I can't see bothering her with some of the stuff I bothered you with.
Well, as fondly as I do remember giving you the answers to your math quiz very early on in your education, I don't think that she would be very happy with something like that.
This is a lot.
It is. I know. But if you can slay the demon queen of the succubi, then I think you can do anything.
Do that alone, Galadar. I was never alone.
And you never will be. Even if it's not me, if it's not the knowing mistress. What of Alec and Varnast? Zemir when he returns?
Where are their libraries?
Well, I think that those entities looking out for them have different plans in store.
Alec probably doesn't want a library.
No, I didn't want to say it. I thought it might be a little too mean, and I would mean it in the most loving way, but this many books I don't think she would exactly get along with.
But we can teach the natives to read, those that want to.
Oh, of course. Of course. Should you wish to turn this library into a school? Very well.
Librarians help out where they're needed, so.
Exactly.
And through all of this, like, Morganix just looks very dazed and very kind of shell-shocked by it all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Like, as well as she's handled everything and as happy as she's been, she's feeling some things in different ways now. And she certainly still doesn't feel worthy of any of this.
Yeah.
I don't think I have it in me to say goodbye to you.
Well, you're not saying goodbye. I'm still here. I'll be in New Efera as often as I can be. I mean, you're
Okay.
busy off saving the world. Someone has to look after this library.
Okay.
And if you absolutely need to, Varnast knows my face. He knows who I am. If you ever just need to check up and you're not too busy saving the world, then I'm sure he'd be happy to send a message.
Okay. I don't know what to say.
You don't have to say anything. Just know that myself, Ezekiel, that Ayun, and your friends, that all of us are very proud that you stayed strong. And you won. You never gave up. And in the darkness that is coming, encroaching on all angles, all consuming and all devouring, someone with your resolute nature, with your tenacity, well, it's someone that all of us are going to be very thankful to have.
I was sure I wouldn't survive it. I tried to pretend otherwise, mostly for Alec's sake. Or for my parents. But I didn't really hold any personal hope for myself. I just wanted to fix what I had done. I didn't have a plan for surviving it because I didn't think I needed one. And it was very close. Varnest asked if I wanted to go home. And part of me really did. But it didn't feel right. I think if I ever go home again, it'll only be as a visitor. You're right, I can't go back to my old life. That chapter is closed. I guess I could still die at any point, but it's nice to know I'm on the right track. I don't know if I've ever felt so strongly that I'm actually where I need to be and doing what I should be before.
And the worst part is, Morganix, I don't have answers.
I don't think I need one about this.
All I suppose I can say is all we have to decide is what to do with the time that's given to us. And if you can find any comfort or solace in what you decide to do, then you should do it. If you find any joy or satisfaction or comfort.
My face lights up when he says joy, and I sort of pull Minerva out of my cloak and just shove her in his face. Look.
Oh, hello. It's very nice to meet you, and I'll kind of shake the paw of Minerva. She says, hello. Kind of crawls up around his neck, nuzzles into it. It's a very nice.
I feel like it's safe to form attachments now.
Quite the attachment to be made as well.
I thought I would hate cats after Melcanthit.
Well, don't let one rotten apple spoil the whole bunch. Oh, look at you. Oh, adorable. Well,
I'm happy. I really am. I don't pretend to understand any of this. And I'm gesturing around at the library. And I can't say it doesn't feel weird or that I don't have a million anxieties over it, because I do. But I did what I set out to do. And I found purpose. And I'm happy. And I hope you are too.
I am very happy.
They aren't mean to you back in Celestia or anything. Because you
Oh,
fell? Because,
no.
I mean, your turnaround was probably a record breaker.
Oh, yes, and believe me, after being partially responsible for the defeat of Malcanthet and the destruction of Malcanthet, let's just say that some of the other angels that were a little judgy, well, they don't have a leg to stand on anymore.
I hate the judgy religious type.
Mm-hmm. Me too. Oh. Well, kind of, tap you on your knee and say, well, there's still a lot of work to do here. If you'd like, you can stay and help.
We're leaving in the morning for the Bloody Mesa.
Ah, well then, you should go and get your rest then.
But I'll come back as soon as I can and help.
You better. Do you see how many bookshelves are in here? It's going to take forever to organize all these books. And I've never worked in a library, so I don't just put them anywhere, right? There's no system that you're supposed to use, I don't think.
Going to introduce you to my friend Dewey Decimal.
Well, I look forward to meeting him.
Okay.
That.
I will give Galadar a huge hug.
Oh, yeah. And I was just about to say that. He's going to stand up and do the same. Very huge, very tight, big old bear hug. And eventually let go. Smile. And if there's nothing else, walk you back to the exit and then turn around and continue to build and organize and sort.
Yeah, Morgonix doesn't know what to do with any of that mentally, so she's just going to push it away for now.
Okay. And in the filing cabinet. Alrighty. So with that, after that whole interaction with Galadar, we're going to go ahead and hop back to the tavern. So at this moment, the tavern has been, well, rather rambunctious and rowdy. A lot of excitement, a lot of new bodies in the area over the excitement of the next performance of Vladimir. All of you in the tavern still, so Alec and Varnast, along with the NPCs that are with you, they described to you, Nahara and Thomas and Fro described to you the thrilling performance that Vladimir had given just the night before. Absolutely enticing and interesting and transcending. And you can see that word has spread throughout New Efera, as there is now a very, very, very large crowd sort of buckled shoulder to shoulder, just kind of staring at the stage. A stage with the only prop or piece of setting adorning it is a very small, simple wooden chair. So, with that, as all of you are sitting around the tavern, is anybody doing anything before Vladimir begins his final performance in New Efera?
Torin actually does lean over to Vlad and go, "Do you want me to introduce you this time?"
Very well. You may.
And then he's gonna lean over to Alec and Barnas and say, "Watch this. It's so good."
Alec is going to
Alright.
give a confused smile and look nervously at Varnast.
Varnast just kind of like, taking little sips of his meat on occasion, just gives a shrug. Like, I don't know.
Uh,
Thanks, Dad.
Torin stands up as Vlad is getting ready for his performance and gets on near the stage and goes, "Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of this wonderful tavern, I have a special treat for you tonight. My friend, my companion. I welcome the great and powerful Vladimir." He points backwards and then starts clapping and then turns away and then walks to the table.
Woo! The audience starts cheering.
Alec will clap.
Thomas is going, "Yes, Vladimir, you're so cool."
The curtain will open up and there will be no one there. And a moment will go by. Then another.
Torin starts to get really confused.
Then from the ceiling, lowered very slowly down, you see Vladimir floating on sudden gust of smoke. He lands on the stage and looks about the audience and sees everyone there. Raises his hands above his heads and lowers them, and as he lowers his hands, the lights themselves in the room dim. All the candles, everything around it, as though it is centering on the point of the stage. There's a great question we ask ourselves. Who are we? Do we know ourselves? Do we know where we are going? For sometimes we feel that there is many of us. And as he says this, projections of himself appear as though mirror images of Vladimir. And around they begin to walk as he constantly leaves a bit of an opening to speak to the crowd, walking about the tavern among people, clearing a space for himself. Tonight is my final night here, my coup de grace, my departure from New Efera onto the wilds and the unknown. That is why I summon thee. And he looks and peers off, and suddenly in the chair that is constantly upon the stage, a visage of a man with a heavy haversack, bearing much more of the weight than the weight of the individual carrying it. Fatigued and weary, but full of promise and ambition in his face. Merely gleans on the stage and looks about the crowd, lets down his haversack and sits, and a echoing sigh fills over the crowd itself as it just billows out. A cold air ruminates into the room. As I've done before, and I will never do here again, 3 questions we may ask of the spirit, and the spirit shall give a blessing and a story to all. Who shall be the first to this?
Alec looks around nervously. Varnas, you should ask a question.
No, I'm good.
You always say that.
Yeah, it's always true. You can ask something if you want, though.
I'm gonna look at you with a very dirty look.
He just smiles back.
Alec will raise her hand.
Ah, the warrior. Yes. What question do you have to mark upon our visitor?
What is his this is like you question. What is this man's like emotion again?
Fatigued, weary,
Okay.
overwhelmed, eyes wide, eyebrows alit, just curious, but overwhelmed.
Then Alec will kind of like stand. She doesn't know what she's doing, but she figures that she should be standing. And she says, "Why does he look so troubled? It looks as though something is weighing him down. What burdens do you carry?" She looks at her hands. That was a lot of questions.
I'm sure he can answer that in one. The spirit stands. This large haversack that seems to be growing as it just sits there. It is laid flat back onto the stage itself. He opens it up, and unraveling itself are hundreds of things. Balloons become lit and fill the ceiling, popping as they hit. Other things are bodies and aspirations of family members that seem to roll out in different body parts and then reacclimate themselves and carry around and stand around with great expectation in their eyes, and some of them doubt and some of them judgment upon the poor traveler. Seems that things continuously begin to ravel underneath the sack, as though the individual had plenty of baggage. Baggage that he was carrying, but also baggage that was the reason why he was carrying it and moving on. This is narrated by Vladimir as he looks upon the soul of who seems more worried and troubled as he's looking more back than forward. Another. Thank you. A round of applause for our wonderful adventurer.
Woo. Good job.
Thank you. Vardas, ask a question.
Stop.
No, do it. Alec is gonna throw up. I don't know if there's silverware on the table. She's gonna like throw it at Varnast.
Ow.
Like a silverware, like a knife. Like
Oh wait, I don't know. I don't know what's at the table.
you can
Hold
throw
it
like
out of his shoulder.
throw an olive at his face. There's like a little black olive.
Okay,
Just flick it at
I'll
his
do
face.
that. Alec will do that. Ask a question.
I don't have any good questions to ask.
Make one up. You're smart.
This is making me uncomfortable, Alec.
But
If
why?
you want, I can give you some time to think. I can ask a question.
Go.
Torrin puts his hand up. I would like to ask a question.
Torin, we talked about this. Yes, Torin. Face palm and then releasing out and pointing at Torin. Very well.
Yes, Sir Spirit, I see that you have been looking behind you. What are you running from? Or, a good question. What should I ask? What he died from? No, yes. What are you running from?
Oh, okay.
What happened?
Oh, nothing. I also had a question, but you've already asked yours.
Can I take my question back?
Just a shrug becomes upon the shoulders of Vladimir as he goes, why don't both of you ask questions and maybe other people will have similar ideas.
All right, Alec, what was your question? Maybe we can ask it like the same time.
Oh, I feel as though that would not work. But it was a good thought. Alex looks and stands up. This is actually a question from my friend Varnast here, though he thought he couldn't think of a good question, so I made one up for him.
Barnast, rise and beckon the question itself. You, sir, where are you from?
Varnast's eye is like twitching as he stares at Alec, eternally
She has
screaming.
a big grin on her face.
Varnast stands up, seeing he can't get out of this apparently for some reason. Yeah, hi. Yeah, I'm from Western Salamander. I'm from Albiord. Oh, right. Question. What would you have done differently if you could?
That was good. Proud of you.
That was it's a good question.
Spirit looks and suddenly begins to grab the things that came out of the bag, throw them into it, and then just kick the bag as hard as he possibly could. Off of the stage as it tumbles, as weird sounds and bits of fog begin to come out of the bag itself, scaring some of the nearby individuals at the table that decided to sit in the splash zone.
Fro, why did you convince me to sit here?
Steve Arnest, that wasn't so hard. You did a good job.
The weight of your past can hinder your ability to move forward. Looking back can prevent you from seeing what's ahead. One last question.
Torin starts to raise his hand, and then
No,
he puts it
Torin.
down. He puts it down.
He just darts eyes at you.
Okay. He just takes one of the pieces of silverware and starts just scratching on the table.
Going to have to pay for that later.
I think I have a question.
Yes.
As Thomas meekly raises his hand.
Owen, realizing just him in general, dims all the lights so that the light is only illuminating him, just to add a little bit more pressure on our friend who doesn't need it. And he'll quickly open a door that doesn't exist, walk through it, and then appear right behind him. Yes.
This poor guy.
Is he just breathing now?
Oh my god, Thomas is such a mouth breather.
Bard spells are dope for storytelling.
My question is, why did you take all the things if they led to your death? Did they matter to you? Or did you just take them to take them?
Spirit stares blankly at the white silhouettes of its eyes and begins walking towards, pulls out of his top pocket the last thing that he was carrying, a locket. And he hands it and opens it out, spectral as it is, holding no corporeal form. The locket opens, and you see what was more of a fragmented form of this spirit and another.
Oh.
Eerily and crackly out of the throat of the spirit. one word out of its mouth. Spirit becomes darker and darker and becomes bigger and larger, and then suddenly Vladimir jumping into action as he is ushering the spirit away. No! Begone, spirit! Before you reckon and steal the love from another, you have been lost of your own. And there is all sorts of energy and radiant light coming from Vladimir as he ushers the spirit away into the cosmos itself. He sits upon the edge of the stage, fatigued from all of this.
Alec will clap.
Woo!
That's so sad, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
Well, you know, some stories are not meant to be happy. You have to learn from them.
Love is never a story.
Oh,
Oh, jeez.
well,
I'll just
damn. Oh, that's good.
Love is never a story. Dies.
Bye.
What just happened?
I don't know.
I think you.
Continue.
The spirit showed up at your house.
Yeah, it just knocked me out and brought me back in. Zoop, zoop. Love is not a journey. Very similar to hell, which is paved in good intentions. Stares about the crowd and makes a sudden realization and goodbye. For much like the traveler whose weight of his past has prevented him from moving forward, I must not make the same mistake. And I, too, will be leaving you all. Pay your good graces to the city and not to my own lined pocket. Make sure that it thrives and does not hold on to the baggage of the past. For your history of tomorrow is much better than that of the tragedies of yesteryear. Thank you, and good night. He bows, opens up a door, and disappears.
Woo! I don't think I remember him doing that before.
Oh. Oh my. I need to.
Does he do this every single night?
Well, he's done it the nights we've been here, yeah. But not that part where he disappears. I'm sure he's around. It's a thing he can do.
Varnas, did you enjoy the show?
You see Varnas looks very uncomfortable as he's kind of just like still looking at the stage. No,
What is wrong? Why not?
I don't know how I feel about the dead being made into a spectacle.
Oh, I'm sure it wasn't real, right, Torin? It was magic, not a real spirit.
Well, I'm not supposed to tell people his secrets. And also I really don't know much about magic, but I don't think he's actually bringing the dead back. Just between you and me.
See, Varnas, it is only a show. Alec will throw another olive at him.
Ow.
Torin looks over to Alec, goes, is that like a thing you guys do? And you're like or is that just, you know what? Never mind.
Well, you see, sometimes Varnas just needs a little bit of pushing to get him to actually, emote. She'll throw another olive at his face.
He catches
Oh,
it.
so
Yeah.
Okay, Alec will laugh. And then other times, he is a very good friend.
so to get him to go in the right direction, you throw olives at him?
Yes, actually, that is true. Here, have some olives.
Oh, okay.
We're throwing olives at Varnas now.
Well, I don't. We just met, and I mean, I like you guys so much. But I feel like, Arnaz, can I throw an olive at you?
Oh.
Okay, I won't throw.
I think he says no a lot, but he really means yes.
Oh,
Alex will throw another olive. We just have so many olives at our table.
Morganix, at about that point, that's when you
So
re-enter.
many olives. What are
And
you ordering?
You see Alec is like throwing olives at Varnast, and like Torin has got like 5 olives in his hand that Alec keeps handing him.
He's having an inner turmoil at this point. He's like, he said no, but then she said yes, and I don't know what to do.
And about that
What
point,
did I just step in, and why is it squishy?
Oh, that's olives.
Suddenly, around your corner, you hear olives as Vladimir appears back into the tavern.
Oh,
Rex will
that's the
scrape her boot just outside the door and come in. What did I miss?
a great
Well,
performance by Vlad.
Yeah,
Nothing.
it was fun.
It was one last performance. That's all.
Are you
I mean,
retired?
No, we are leaving. I'm sure I will have more of these elsewhere, but the people of New Efera tire of my acts, I'm sure.
Well, I'm sorry I missed it. I had to catch up with an old friend.
Oh, don't worry. He does this kind of thing all the time, and since we're gonna be with each other for a while, I'm pretty sure he'll do it a couple times.
Great.
How is Galadar anyway?
He's good. Ezekiel survived.
Oh, wonderful.
A lot of stuff. Yeah. What was that?
Oh, you just said the name Galadar. We know him.
You do?
No, Galadar.
Yeah,
Do.
we met him actually on our way to the People's Forum.
Oh,
Were there children with him? He was helping us. We helped. Well, Torin freed some children from a entrapped enclosure.
did I see any children at the library?
No, I mean, maybe as you were exiting, Galadar would have told you about how the looking for survivors effort is still going on from over the past few weeks, and he's had a lot of help from a lot of people around the city, even newcomers who have helped him find these people, and then of the 2 children that he found, helping relocate them.
Did he find a safe place for them?
Yeah, he would have said that he found their families.
Oh, their parents were
Their
alive?
parents were alive, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
would Torin know
found
this?
their parents. I'm gonna tell him.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah.
You got really excited.
Yeah, I did. All right.
Yeah, he told me, and he found their parents.
Oh, that is wonderful. That is amazing. That's awesome. Also, Torin leans in. Did you know he's a celestial?
I did, yeah.
Oh, okay.
You have to stop telling people that.
What? They're our friends.
But you thought that the other individual was our friend, but we
he
talked
not?
about... The jury is still out.
Oh. Okay,
Are
I'll
He
stop
just-
you
telling
telling
people that.
other people about
I've-
Galadar?
Only 2 people. But I really didn't. See, it's weird because I actually wasn't even talking to the other person. I was talking to Vlad. They just overheard.
Yeah, they were very into everything we were doing.
Oh, did you attract trouble already? With everything being cleaned up, I'm sure there's people who still shouldn't be in the city, but you never
I
know.
don't think so. It's actually been pretty smooth sailing since we got here.
Good. Do they look like they're like uncomfortable talking about this person, or?
Thorn's not.
No,
Okay, then Alec won't push it.
just trying to remember this person's name is on the tip of my tongue.
I did not catch their name, actually.
Is it Dinnan?
Yeah, it is.
Joe.
Very sly-looking folk. Dinnan, I think he introduced himself as.
We know that name, yes.
No.
The best part
we
is, no,
only
you
know
don't.
his last
You
name.
don't. You
We only know his last name.
What was
Did he
his
give-
last name?
Did he give us
Bainier.
both?
Oh yeah, he would have, because he did the fucking thing
Yeah.
that Nalpine does, where he's like, "Din and Bainier, and the pleasure's
Excuse
all
you?
yours."
Yeah, Dinnan,
Watch who you're talking about.
It started with a B. It was like
Bainier.
Bray,
Dinnan
Bray,
Bainier.
Bray
Nope.
Deer.
Nope, not
Reindeer,
reindeer.
no.
Still not reindeer. Nope.
I'm sorry.
Bainier.
Did you say
Bainier.
that they were in town? That's who you spoke to.
Indeed.
Yeah, they helped us.
They
find the
bumped
forum.
into Torin. I suspected them as a pickpocket, and they. Well,
Why is music?
I'm
They-
going to immediately summon my sword, crack it into the table, and use the hilt to start scrying.
Okay. All right.
well, it looks like the after show has begun.
DC 17 Wisdom save.
Yep.
Check the character sheet. Actually, DC 17. Nope. All right. In the middle of the
He
night, Morganix.
Oh.
He fails the save.
I thought you meant I failed.
He fails the save. And there is a brief...
Wait, I've never seen him, so I think the DC is higher.
Oh, that's
One
right. He
second.
does get a that's right. He does get a +5 to his DC, I actually think. Or something like
Yeah.
that. Because it's secondhand knowledge.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. He has a +5.
Okay. So now I actually do need to look at his character sheet. Before it wasn't even a chance, but now it's like actually
Trying to be honest, I fucked up.
no, that's okay. Okay, so let me see. So +5. And DC 17?
Yeah. Well, no.
Well,
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 yeah.
DC 17,
Well-
but +5 to his roll.
Okay.
Just to
I wasn't sure if the DC went up by 5 or he got a +5. I was confused.
I mean, it's he gets a +5 because it becomes
Okay.
easier for him to succeed. So either the
Yeah.
DC goes down by 5 or you add 5 to what he rolls. It
Yeah.
depends on how you-
Okay. I'm sorry.
So then, okay, that is still a failure.
Okay, carry on.
Yeah, because that was a natural 4, and that brings it to a total of 16.
Well, he doesn't roll like his brother, does he?
That's
no,
fucking right.
no, he does roll like his brother because he rolled low.
Oh,
Wow.
That's, but that's true though. No, and Nelphian rolls low sometimes. Okay,
No,
Anyway.
Alec, but okay.
yeah, no, you're right. Now Nelphian does roll better than Alec. Anyway.
Where are
As
those divorce papers?
no.
I'm just kidding. Haha, carry on.
God, Jesus.
I love you.
Sorry.
Unless, okay, goodbye. Sorry, continue.
Brutal. Okay.
My
So,
God.
With that, you see, and the first thing that you get is the sensory of wind blowing in your face. Flying above a city. You hear the sound of wings flapping in the wind. And as the scry becomes clear, you can see a moonlit night. You can see the entirety of New Efera below you. And you can see what looks to be a bat flying around the city from the perspective of the scry. You can see said bat land near the edges of the wall, looking down and around. You can see said bat see someone walking alone in the city streets. Maybe 50, 55 minutes away from the taste of tranquility. The bat swoops in.
A location? Do I recognize where this is?
I mean, most of the city's ruined. It's near the North Gate, which, like I said, is about a 55-minute walk from where you're at right now.
Sure.
The bat swoops down, and you can see it transform from a small bat into a man. Deep, dark elf skin, blood-red eyes, wearing fine silks and wools. Approaching a man who's maybe had a little bit too much to drink at a separate tavern, and says, "Excuse me, friend, might you be able to give me directions? I seem to have lost my way, and, well, I'm hoping to find a bite to eat. And I'd love if you could point me in the right direction." The man sort of turns around, scruffy, looks to be a dock worker of some kind, says, "Not many places open right now, sir, but I'm sure I could lead you, just because what are you hungry for? Not many places open this late at night. Oh, come on, brother, let's go find something then." "Ah, yes, of course. Please, after you, my friend." The man walks by, and Denon says, "Oh, wait. Looks like you've got a small bug on your shoulder. Don't move, I'll get it." And you can see him just sort of rest his arms on his shoulders. "Ah. Tell me, my friend. Have you ever tasted fear before?"
I'm snapping out of it and dropping concentration.
Okay.
It's at the North Gate. He's about to kill someone.
So that's like an hour away.
Yeah, 55 minutes away.
Oh.
Wait,
there's no
how
way we're
many
getting
feet
there
is
in
it?
time.
A lot.
Oh my god, yeah.
It'll take us an hour to get there.
Yeah, so
Is it within 500 feet?
500 feet, no. No, I think it's a little bit less. Oh god, no, it's a couple of miles. Because the city's so long and spread, it's not tall,
okay.
it's just spread out far.
R.I.P. dimension dooring right there.
So,
Okay, wait. So Morganix dropped it and said that?
yeah.
Yes.
Varnus is like, shit. He cast Sending
Okay.
to Dinan.
Ooh.
Oh, shit!
No.
Oh, shit! Fucking power play! Okay.
Stop what you're doing. We're already on the way. I'll leave it at that because I don't know what else to say.
Well, Alec is already standing and her sword is in her hand just waiting for instructions.
Yeah.
Go!
Torin is too, actually.
Okay. If all of you are
I
heading
am tossing Minerva into Thomas's arms and say, "Love her. I'll be back soon."
Love. As all of you are, I'm assuming, Vladimir, you're also running with them. Yes.
Vlad?
Unless we can create a portal by some means, but yeah.
Okay.
I'm checking one thing really quick. Sorry, give me just a second. Because I might have a really long shot thing, but I need to look up to see if it's even an option.
Okay. So sending. You do get a response, Varnast.
Yeah, I figured I would.
And it is this just drug out laughter at first. This
Shit.
You are laughable. Oh, I'll be waiting for you here, don't worry. If you're brave enough, that is.
Oh,
I
you
still
little
am
shit.
hungry after all. And you can just
Ew.
hear the slurping noises as the message cuts out.
Yes, and
Oh,
Hard
well,
pass.
yeah, my thing's not
Running.
gonna work, so I guess we're just running.
Okay, all right. So
Where are them horses at?
with that, yeah,
One
easy
for
enough.
tomorrow.
Yeah, you yeah, you know, like Grace is like pulling them off to the stables off to the side. You jump on the horses, cut it down to about a half an hour, but you begin to ride, and as you ride off into the night, the threat of vampire Dinin Bay near looming in the distance. That is where we're gonna go ahead and end tonight's
Wow.
session. Woo! Holy shit!
Sorry, guys.
For what?
telling him what's his name
Hey,
is
man.
Celestial.
I'm certain he
Oh.
already knew, to be honest.
You're good.
Okay, good. Then I don't feel bad anymore.
If he's allied with the Dark One, there's no way he doesn't know, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Yeah.
Wait, Vlad is kind of like a vampire name. I think you have some explaining to do, buddy.
That's a little sus. Or as
Built
my
by
students would
association.
as my students would say, you sussy baka.
Wow. Wow.
Don't.
Wow.
God.
Yeah, I didn't think the sending would save the guy, but I was like, that's all I have to
That
like
was-
maybe freak this guy out.
It was a good, oh man, but he's ready. I mean, he's been here for a
Very sus.
while. So, oh man. I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this is going to play out. What a fun thing before you, man, I was thinking you guys would get to the Bloody Mesa today.
I don't know why you assume such things of us, Joe.
All right. Well, anyway.
So wait, would teleportation circle work?
Teleportation
No.
circle takes a long time to cast.
It only
Yeah,
works
you
with other
need
existing
teleport.
circles too.
Yeah.
You need teleport.
Yeah, teleport would be the spell, yeah, which is
Yeah.
8th, I think. 7th or 8th.
We ain't there yet.
I'm very sad because Joe, you'll be sad too. I removed the spell Find Steed for compelled duel.
Oh no.
Why would
Poor
you?
choices were made.
Why would you personally attack Joe like that?
God, that's
I'm
my
sorry.
favorite spell.
I
It's
looked
okay.
at the spell list and I was like, "Are we running? Okay, I'm gonna use Find." Oh, I don't have that spell anymore. Never mind.
I would be more mad if you had Find Greater Steed and you swapped it out. Then I would be exponentially upset
It's
with
a
you.
good thing. I'm. Paladins can switch out their spells, right? Is that
Yep.
a thing?
Paladins
After a
can
long
do
rest.
that, I believe. Yeah.
Yeah.
So lucky.
Yeah.
Next time.
We're gonna fight, y'all.
Yeah, you are. And
Yeah,
Always
I'm
ready,
fucking
dude.
ready.
oh, this is gonna be a weird fight. This is gonna be like a no battle map fight because you're gonna be chasing a vampire around a city at nighttime.
Oh, I'm ready.
Oh my god.
Damn.
This is
Sure, be great.
Man, I've been in Curse of Strahd a couple months now. I am ready.
The paladin is ready to smite a bitch.
Hell yeah.
oh yeah. God, it was okay. I love it. This is gonna be great. All right, well, thank you so much for watching, everybody. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Thank you, John. Thank you, Eric.
Yay!
You are wonderful. It was so much fun.
Thank you,
Uh,
Gemma.
Oh
Welcome to
yes,
the
thank you,
team.
thank you,
Welcome
Gemma,
to the team.
for the wonderful Morganax fan art. And we will see you all tomorrow for the Isles of Iverion as we have a new
Hashtag
PC.
better brother, baby.
Yeah, we can see the other Baynir brother, the better one for sure, the one who is a knight protecting a little lady. And we'll also be able to see the addition of Felicity as Lila Tatiana, who the Tatiana name came up tonight as one of Duncan's old contacts in the college.
Yay.
Yep. So we'll see
Love.
Tatiana tomorrow, or tune in on Tuesday for the Salamander Coast as they're now talking with giants, which is so not good for them and they don't know it yet. And so
What?
that'll be
What?
Or
Wait, what?
or tune in.
Next week when we're friends and we have a
And
big
yes.
party and it's great.
Yes, I forgot.
No, shut up. Why are the Giants back?
Okay, all
Bye
right.
everyone.
All
Have
right,
a great
thanks,
day.
Bye everybody. Bye. Hey yo.